Well, there's plenty of food and drink outlets for you to enjoy this. Well, we're out in the middle. It's toss time. I'm joined by our two umpires. We've got our two captains, of course, as well for Sussex Sharks. That's Tamal Mills. And, of course, for Essex, Simon Harmer. We've also got our two mascots with us this evening. We've got Super Frank and we've got Eliza as well. So welcome to you two. Have a fantastic evening with us, won't you? We got the coin. We are ready to toss. Tails is the call from Tamal. Tamal, if we can grab a quick word. Welcome back to Chelmsford. You've won the toss, Tamal. What are you going to do tonight and why?
We're going to have a bat. Just get out there, put a score on the board, and look to defend it later.
And a couple of difficult results for yourselves. Looking to bounce back, get a good performance in tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Haven't been quite at our best since we came back to T20 cricket, but fate's still in our own hands, and looking forward to the end of the competition.
And team news tonight for Sussex Sharks?
Unchanged since the game we played on Wednesday night.
Appreciate your time. Go well tonight. Harmy, we'll grab a quick word. You haven't won the toss. Does it change much for you in terms of planning this one?
We were going to change it up and look to bat first. We've been chasing quite a bit this comp. But, I mean, we've done it pretty much the whole comp, so happy to bowl first. Good to have a couple of the boys back, so hopefully we can put on a strong showing.
We talk about this every time we seem to come together. A bumper crowd expected tonight. Chelmsford under the lights. Excited to go, right?
Yeah, I don't think it gets any better, especially that we'll be chasing this evening. Hopefully the crowd can put them under the pump when they're out in the field. But yeah, always a great place to play. Chelmsford on a Friday evening is normally rocking, except especially that second innings. After a few lager shandies, the crowd really gets going. So looking forward to tonight.
Team news for Essex, Simon?
A couple of changes. Sam Cook's back from England, so he's back in the team, and Shane Snater comes back in. Charlie Bennett and Robin Dasmus out.
Wish you all the best tonight, Harmy. Go well. Well, that concludes the toss in the middle. Sussex Sharks have won the toss and will bat first.
One and all, I'm very pleased to bring you a sellout crowd here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground for a T20 Friday night, a Vitality Blast. And we have Sussex in town. Essex are hosting them. My name is Don Topley, and with a production with BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Essex, well, we're going to bring you live ball by ball action. And no more, listen, I'm so pleased and delighted to introduce my co-commentator, one of the very finest gentlemen on the circuit, BBC Radio Sussex's Adrian Harms. Very good evening.
Hello, Don. Thank you for that introduction and the checks in the post.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, welcome to Chelmsford. It could be a raucous night. Listen, it's been a bit disappointing, we know. Are Essex going to perform like they did at the Oval last week? Or will it be another game like that was at Taunton? It's been a very patchy, a bit iffy this season, but my word, they're going to be focused tonight. We can have a little quick word here about the team news. Adrian, I think, has got Sussex's team, but Essex's team, they're tweaking it with two proper, responsible, recognised bowlers are coming back into the frame. We have Pepper, Walter, Cox, Allison, Benkenstein, Stein, Critchley, Harmer the captain, and then Snater, Cook and Amir. So brilliant news for Essex and their fans. Two of their stalwart bowlers are back in Sam Cook and Shane Snater. Great news regarding Sussex, their team.
Yeah, they're completely unchanged as they have been throughout the competition, really, Don. So Dan Hughes, the Australian, up top, opening with Harrison Ward, who hasn't had a great series. I wonder whether there might be a change there. But I spoke to Tamal Mills just before the start, and he said, no, they're sticking with this group of players that they've backed all the way through. Tom Clark, the left-hander, at 3. James Coles, very promising right-hander, plays for the England Lions. John Simpson, evergreen John Simpson, who was at Middlesex a couple of years ago. Tom Alsop, who's fit again, comes in at number 6. Danny Lamb, formerly of Lancashire, at number 7. The overseas, Nathan McAndrew, bats 8 and bowled quickly as well. Then Ollie Robinson, Henry Crocombe and Tamal Mills, who needs no introduction at all to your Essex listeners.
Just lately, Sussex haven't been at their very best.
I would agree, and I think that Paul Farbrace and Tamal Mills would agree with that. I mean, they've lost 3 of their last 4. They won 4 of their first 6, so they've had a bit of a slump in form.
I did the game down at Hove.
Yes.
When we had that horrendous rain which curtailed the game.
Yes.
And a result, Essex were on top. Was that one of the first games that there was a bit of a slippery slide for Sussex?
Yeah, definitely. And the feeling was, and Paul Farbrace is very open when he talks, he said, we got away with one against Essex. I think Sussex were lucky to come away from that game with a couple of points.
From the home side's angle, Essex played beautifully that night, and we've continued. We've only won the one game, sadly, and that was at the Oval just Sunday week ago. But we did play well that night at Hove, and Tamal Mills has won the toss, and he is elected to bat, which is quite different to the modern way of thinking. The Sussex are in their black pants along with their blue shirts. Essex are with their dark blue pants, and they have a really... the back is very much blue, but the front of the shirt for Essex is that nice scarlet red.
I spoke to Tamal. In terms of the pitch, he said it's a new pitch. I think probably both sides would. Well, I don't know whether Essex would have batted or not, but I think there's a little unsure about how it's going to play, but it looks an absolute belter, doesn't it? Sussex, I think, would have been stung by defeat the other night, Don, on Wednesday night. They had Kent 110 for 8, Chessing 149 to win. And Kent won. Joey Everson played a wonderful innings to get, but it just, it just felt like a really poor defeat for Sussex. However, it's all in their own hands. If they win throughout their last 4, I think they'll qualify. But they've got here tonight against Essex. They've got Hampshire. That's a big game on Sunday at the Ageas. Then they go to Cheltenham next week against Gloucestershire. Back-to-back game from Cheltenham, back to Hove to play Surrey the last game. So I think Sussex have got quite a tough run in, and they'll be looking at results elsewhere because they may need a bit of help. 2 wins may be enough. Who knows?
Well, thank you, Adrian. Delighted to have you in the commentary box.
And you, John. It's always lovely to come here.
And we've got a cloudless blue sky. It is a beautiful. What I will say with a cloudless blue sky, it does make it a little tricky in catching. But we're going to see a slight change of tactics here. It's going to be Simon Harmer from the Graham Gooch end, the old Hayes Close, for those who are not quite understanding of where the ends are. Simon Harmer in, and he bowls his first ball. This is forced off the back foot, which Harrison Ward hits up too long on for a single. So Sussex Sharks are up and running. And when you were having your supper tonight, Adrian, I must tell you, we had a visit from 2 Essex young fans.
Oh, lovely.
They're actually sitting just in front of us. They're young fellas, and really it was great to invite them into the box to talk about our equipment and everything, and they are here supporting Essex. Harmer in, and this is played on the front foot into the offside, and you can hear the applause. There's in fact a dot ball, which is good news for Essex. Dan Hughes, has he done very well again this season?
He has.
Harmer in, this is forced off the back foot. He's given himself a bit of room. He's nicked it, but he's nicked it in between the keeper and Paul Water at first slip. I have to say, Paul Water anticipated and slightly moved away from the keeper. It was a genuine edge, and it probably would have been Walter's catch, but it's gone down to fine third man for 4. Fortuitous, but nonetheless the first boundary for Sussex this evening. Well bowled Harmer. Harmer in again, bowls. This turns a little bit. We may have seen or suggested it's a brand new wicket, but I thought this was probably used as a championship fixture much earlier in the season and has recovered. That did turn and bounce. This time he's gone into out. He attacks Harmer, does Hughes, and he's hit that for
6.
Umpire signals 6. Absolutely. Let me tell you, he saw the ball turn and bounce the ball before, but this one he just opened his face and ensured the Australian made a good connection, and it sailed over extra cover. We are, Adrian, playing in very much the middle of the square.
Yeah.
So that, there's no particularly a short boundary perhaps apart from straight.
I would say perhaps hasn't scored the volume of runs that he would hope, Daniel, in the T20, but he made a very fine 100 in the Championship recently, and he really is key. I just feel when Daniel Hughes makes runs, Sussex make runs. So it's really, and I'm sure he'll have the bit between his teeth tonight. He'll know this is a big game.
Well, what's he going to do? He's seen one turn and bounce and hit the next one for 6. This time he plays respectfully back down the wicket to Harmer to conclude the end of. Really, apart from that 6, it was quite a good over, and there could have been a wicket. So unfortunately for Essex, they've missed an opportunity in that first over. First over there for Sussex Sharks are 11. 11?
Yes, 11.
11
yeah.
without loss.
I mean, I guess you could say it wasn't a chance. He didn't get his hands to it, did he? But it was. Do you think he got his hands to it?
No,
I don't
I think
he
he actually moved.
Yeah, I agree, John.
Slip, and he anticipated the ball would go squarer, but it was a genuine outside edge. Well, it's going to be a fellow who's come into form, who has bowled beautifully for Essex, and it's Mohammed Amir.
Who's going to come in from the Graham Gooch end of the ground on a beautiful sunny evening. Real pleasure to be here, and thank you, Don, for your kind words, and always good fun to work with you as well, so thank you. A game that Sussex need to win 3 of their last 4 if they're going to qualify, I believe, and in comes Amir, bowls, and Ward clips this one away through mid-wicket and takes 1. Will they come back for a second? No, they won't. It's fielded at deep mid-wicket. Just a single. I have to say, Don, I look at the strength of this Essex side tonight, and you sort of wonder how on earth they've only won 1 game in the competition, because I remember down at Hove last year in the T20, Michael Pepper making an excellent 100, and you just look all the way down this side. It just looks a very good side.
Critchley, Pepper probably not scored the runs they previously have or had the effect. So, they're very aware. Dean Elgar opened at the start of the season. He struggled. Look, just being absolutely honest, we haven't played, and we've certainly lost our bowlers as well, losing Porter's Cook's
Yes.
been away with England. He hasn't played. He's played one test, and we haven't really seen much of him. Snater has manned up and bowled quite nicely most games.
Amir in bowls to Hughes, who hammers that away through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs. Bit too much width from Mohamed Amir. And Daniel Hughes timed that one away through the covers for 4 runs. The ball speeds away. And I just get the feeling here tonight, Dom, with this outfit, it's so dry all across the country. I get the feeling it's 1 or 4 here tonight because that went away lightningly quick across the outfield.
The only thing I can say about the outfield is it's greener than I've seen it of late.
Right. Perhaps lots of water in, or
maybe. There's a hose pipe bam in Sussex coming, isn't
there
there?
is, yeah. I mean the outfield at Hove
up
looks
at Yorkshire as well.
Yeah. I think it's going to, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not spread further than that as well in the weeks to come. In comes Amir, bowls, and Hughes again plays into the covers, and there is no run. But you just fear from a Sussex point of view here. On paper, this looks like a win for Sussex. They're going well in the competition. They've won 5 games. But I just think you look at Essex, I think there's always a win in this Essex side. And, sell-out crowd. No, these are professional sportsmen. They're going to want to perform tonight, aren't they? In front of a big crowd. Amir, left arm over the wicket, runs away from us. In and bowls, and Hughes forces this one away down to third man. They take a single. Again, the ball travelling very quickly across the outfield. 1 more to Daniel Hughes. He goes to 16. And Sussex, having won the toss and decided to bat here, are 17 without loss. And Daniel Hughes already on to 15. And I just feel he's absolutely key here. Harrison Ward hasn't been in the best of nick. He's averaging about 15 in the competition. He'll be disappointed with that, Harrison. But he is, you never know in this game, do you? Just 1 innings and you can be, back in nick. Amir in bowls toward who drives into the covers. Again, there is no run, so good recovery here from Mohamed Amir. So that 4 off the second ball of the over. A lovely hubbub around the ground here at Chelmsford. I don't know, we're lucky, aren't we, in our jobs to go to, some of the big cricket grounds around the country. But I have to say, I do love the smaller grounds when you're right on top of it, you're right with the crowd. It's just a fabulous atmosphere. As Amir makes his way in again under cloudless skies. He's in and bowls to Ward, who's a swing and a miss. He's lucky to get away with that. Ball goes through the keeper. There is no run. So, end of the second over. And Sussex are 17 without loss. Good over from Mohamed Amir. Just the 6 runs coming off of it.
He started his season with Essex in the T20, and he would openly suggest that he was underwhelming. But in the last 2 or 3 games, he's bowled very well at the death as well, and has contributed and has been particularly effective. So we're going to see the returning Sam Cook to replace Simon Harmer, his skipper, at the Graham Gooch end. And Sam Cook, who has been royally missed by the Essex fans and indeed his teammates. So he's going to be coming down the hill. The 2 men out are on the leg side towards the pavilion. This is off the back foot by Daniel Hughes. It's Hughes who's forced it into the offside where there is no run. So a quick review of the field placing here. Essex to the left-handed Daniel Hughes has got 3 saving 1 on the offside on the 30-metre circle. The 2 men out are deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. You might find that changes for the left-handed Harrison Ward. Cook is in. This is clipped off his legs. It's going to miss Paul Walter at 45, saving 1. And it races down the slope to the Tom Pearce stand, and Sussex collect another 4. I can only suggest, we haven't got the TV on just at the moment, but I would suggest that was just a little too straight, and it was a powerful forced leg glance down to fine leg.
Nice shot, wasn't it? But as you say, once it beats, Paul Walter's inside the 30-yard circle, and once it's past him, it just whistles away to the boundary.
Cook, right arm over, bowls. This is a little straight, but they take a leg by, I presume. We look at the umpires. The umpires today, yes, signalled by Nigel Lalong,
yes,
who played for Kent for a number of years as a off-spinner batter. And at the other end, I think, is Ben Debenham, who comes from this parish, who played a lot of second-team cricket. I remember captaining him in the Essex Twos back in the day. Cook turning. It's going to be Harrison Ward. What a lovely name. Sounds like an actor, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Harrison Ward facing Sam Cook. Cook in. This is driven up, powerfully up to mid-off, and it's fumbled. It's gone through his legs.
That's really poor.
And he's, that should have been no runs. It becomes 2, and he will have upset the bowler. I'm wondering if that's Das. I hope I haven't accused the wrong fielder.
He's not in the side, is he, Das, or is he?
Or is it Snater? We'll have a little look.
I mean,
couldn't see his number on the shirt.
Sorry, Don, I mean, the outfields are rock hard, aren't they? But yeah, I think you probably expected that to be stopped.
You've got to get something behind it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's cost his bowler and his team 2. Cook round the wicket this time, and to Ward, and Ward has a bit of a whack to the leg side. It's fair, but he's missed it. It's cannoned off his thigh pad into the leg side, and Essex cannot stop the leg by. Sussex 25 without loss. Staying around the wicket to Hughes now. They've decided to come round the wicket to these 2 left-handers, trying to tuck him up. Field hasn't changed. Cook in, gives himself a bit of room. That's going to sail away for 4. He's jumped away outside leg stump, very early doors, and it was banged in, but he's had enough room. It was probably going over leg stump, but he's given himself room and elevated it to the safe area where there is no fielder at third man. That's a very calculated, decent shot there by Daniel Hughes, who moves to 23, but facing at the new over after Sussex have made 29 for none, Harrison Ward.
Yeah, this is an encouraging sign for Sussex because, as I say, I felt throughout the competition when Daniel Hughes has made runs, Sussex have done okay. When he hasn't, I think they lack that experience. As in comes Amir, bowls to Ward, who hammers that down the ground, but straight to mid-on, fielded by Simon Harmer, who doesn't make the mistake of letting the ball go through, and it is a dot ball. What a lovely... To me, if you're talking about the way the schedule should be in this country, this is it for me. T20 cricket, Friday night, people in the ground, they just want an evening's entertainment, lovely evening, and what do you know? The ground's packed on.
It is,
isn't it? Absolutely packed to the rafters. Amir in bowls to Ward, who works that one down to fine leg. The throw comes in. Well, it was a good job that didn't hit the stumps, because I think Daniel Hughes could well have been on his way.
That's well fielded. Is that Charlie Allison? That was
very good bit of fielding.
It was indeed.
That wasn't far away, you know. I think Daniel Hughes was struggling to make his ground.
He had total control in collecting it. He took aim and he threw very hard, and it would have been out, I am sure.
Yeah, I think it would have been.
If it had hit.
He was run out the other night, Daniel Hughes, against Kent. In comes Amir, bowls to Hughes, who works this to backward point. There isn't a single there. And there is no runs. This is very good from Mohammed Amir in this over. 2 dots and a single coming off the first 3 balls here on BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Hans, Don Topley, delighted to be here, Don, on a lovely evening. Lots of caps around, and people's sun hats as well. It's that sort of an evening.
Absolutely. They've had a hard day's work. They've come home or come straight here for a 7 o'clock kickoff. How wonderful.
Amir again. In and bowls, and that's a lovely looking shot. That's a beautiful shot. That's probably the best shot that Daniel Hughes has played all along the field. That was a proper cricket shot, playing the ball around through cover point for 4 runs, and the ball sped across the outfield. Wasn't too much wrong with the delivery, but it was beautifully played by Hughes. If I remember rightly, I need to consult my book. I think Daniel Hughes made a big score here last year, actually. I'll look in my handbook at the end of the over, but I'm pretty certain he did.
I'll tell you who will know. Our scorer. I'm putting him under extreme pressure.
I'll have a look in a minute.
David Jackman. It's going to be Amir.
Amir, that's gone high white now. That 2 fielders are going for it. Was well held. That's very well held down at deep fine leg, and that's a massive blow for Essex. That really is a big wicket, because Daniel Hughes was going like a train. 27 off just 14 balls, and that's a very, very fine catch. It was a feature actually of the game on Wednesday. Very good catching from Kent.
Yes.
And you wouldn't have been surprised to see that one go down, Don, because that went a long, long way, and that's a big blow for Sussex.
Well, it's reassuring for all the Essex fans, because they would have watched down at Taunton, and there is an old adage, isn't there? You couldn't catch a bus, and that was very much the case, which was very costly to Essex down in Taunton with their inexperienced bowling attack. But tonight Shane Snater has snaffled an incredibly high catch, and I said to you, you were on commentary together, came in, that catching tonight is difficult in this blue sky.
Yeah.
And when you play in Australia and South Africa and you have skies as blue as this, it's very hard to judge the pace or the depth of the white ball. If you've got clouds, that gives you some definition of where the ball is and how quickly it's travelling. But when you have a beautiful blue cloudless sky, catching like that is difficult. So well done Shane Snater, and his colleague, I think it was Charlie Allison, got out the way.
He did. Amir comes into the new man, who's Tom Clark. Clark defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. That's a good over from Mohamed Amir. He's just conceded the 5 runs, but very importantly, he's picked up the big wicket of Daniel Hughes, who's gone for 27 off just 14 deliveries. That's a big wicket, and I think Essex will be pleased to have picked that up so early in the piece. Lots of left-handers in this Sussex top 6.
Yes.
John, 5 of them.
Gosh, and some good ones. John Simpson.
Yeah.
Tom Alsop,
Yes,
who didn't play against us at Hove for some unknown reason. Yeah, there's quite a lot. Henry Crocombe bowled quite nicely in that game. That was his first game in T20 for some time, certainly this season.
He's, I would say Henry Crocombe, forgetting Tamal Mills when he bowls his quicker ball, Tamal, I would say Crocombe is the quickest of the Sussex seamers. He does bowl with a yard of place, Don.
Well, he bowled well that night. Here we go, Snater, the man who took the catch. He's into the attack, so we've got Snater and Cook, who have come into the Essex side, and Charlie Bennett, who made his debut, young man and neighbour of mine, just in South Suffolk. He made his debut at Taunton only a few days ago, and as I said, Essex dropped quite a fair number of catches. It was again a very blue sky. You have to watch the ball carefully in these very blue skies. Snater round the wicket, bowls, it's a full toss, that's sailed over Michael Pepper on the offside, and that's gone for 4. There are 5 men on the inner ring, saving 1 to this left-hander Harrison Ward. Meanwhile, on the leg side, we have a conventional deep square leg by the entry to the arena where the crowd are, and then we have a deep mid-wicket which has gone just a little bit straighter for Harrison Ward. We've just got a delay as they're looking at the ball.
I think they're just putting it through the
ring.
Yeah, the ring.
It's been handed back to Shane Snater, who smothers his hands around it, and he's a ready and he's a running. He's coming into Harrison Ward. Ward plays across the line, misses it. I think it's cannoned off his pad, goes in front of the stumps, and the keeper, Jordan Cox, who brilliantly played down at Hove. Not only did he take a great catch, he performed very well with the bat, and he was very impressive. Can he repeat that performance tonight? Shadows lengthening at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here at Chelmsford. Shane Snater on his way in round the wicket. Oh, Harrison Ward is going to be out, and he's being caught at probably one of the longer parts of the ground, which is at deep square leg, who has to move precisely 5 metres, and it's Noah Thane who had the safe pair of hands. And all well here at Chelmsford as catches are kept, and Essex have taken 2 good catches to reduce Sussex to 38 for 2 in the
fifth over.
Yeah, good catch that.
Yeah, I think Harrison will be disappointed again. He just hasn't really got going in the competition. He made a half century against Glamorgan, a game that Sussex won down in Cardiff. But apart from that, as I say, I just feel it's such a big wicket that Sussex lose Daniel Hughes. Just that experience at the top of the order, Don, and No, there's plenty of good young players to come through. I mean, all these players can play, but I just feel that experience is key for Sussex.
Well, you've got Coles coming in, Clark there, two very talented young fellas, but they've both got naught not out to their name. So what do? Do they play themselves in? Do they take a risk? It wouldn't be a great thing to take a risk and return to the pavilion and lose another wicket. 38 for 2. Shane Snater has got himself a wicket. He's got 2 balls left. He's taken 1 for 4. Keeper standing up, as we saw earlier today with England. The keeper stood up. Snater in. This time good for defensive there by Coles, out into the offside. There is no run.
We'll talk about that on Test Match Special about Jamie Smith standing up to Chris Wokes. As a bowler,
Brilliant.
Did you like it when people stood up to you?
Well, it's a great tactic. You actually give yourself a chance of another wicket by being LB, because he has to come back into the crease as opposed to batting outside. That's why the keeper stands up. Snater in, plays into the offside, good for defensive, well bowled, general applause there. So Amir has 2 overs, 1 for 11, and I think it's Shane Snater has 1 over, 1 for 4. It's a great tactic, it should be encouraged, but you know, bowlers have pride, and if you're suddenly trying your hardest and the keeper stands up, you think it is a little bit of a personal insult rather than a shrewd tactic. And if you think of it as a bit of a personal insult, you then try and rush in and bowl a bit quicker, and then you bowl a moose ball and that goes for 4. Who looks the idiot? So if the keeper's good enough to stand up, please let him.
New over from the
Sam Cook.
River End. Sam Cook into the attack, played to backward point by Tom Clark. Sussex pick up a single, and sorry, score goes to 39 for 2. Who is your best keeper here in your playing days?
Gosh, I had 2. There was David East, who would do it, Mike Garnham, who would do it. Mike Garnham both batted a bit. Mike Garnham was probably a more productive batsman. But there was one other particular keeper who became a schoolmaster, a headmaster. He lives in France now. Adrian Desmond Brown, A.D. Brown. Didn't really bat, but he was the best keeper on the staff.
In comes Cook, bowls to Coles, who pulls that away on the leg side. That's going to go for 4 runs. 2 short from Cook. And Coles is a good young player, and he pulls that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That's a nice looking shot. Slightly in the air, but he goes to 4, and Sussex do 43 for 2.
No, very safe. I thought that, I would describe that as a punch pull. He picked up the length, it was just marginally short, and he punch pulled it through mid-wicket, and it went quickly for 4. That was a tremendous shot.
In comes Cook again, bowls. Coles drives to extra cover. There is no run. You watch the county championship like we all do. I mean, people down at home are very excited about James Coles. I mean, made his debut when he was 16 against Surrey at the Oval in Bob Willis times, but he's got a lot of experience now. He's made a lot of runs in the county championship. Bowls left arm spinny. You know, seems to be a young cricketer. He's very stylish. He'll probably get out now, but I love the way he plays his shots, Dom.
That's good. That's good to hear. Sussex, that is. Cook in.
Bowls and
Slower ball.
Coles plays it into the onside. They've taken 1, but there won't be 2 as the fielders very quickly in from deep mid-wicket to field. 1 more to the total. Coles goes to 5, and that's total to 44 for 2. 2 balls left of the power play.
We've got a new scoreboard over towards the executive boxes. Have you noticed that?
Do you know, I hadn't noticed that. It used to be a little bit more to the left, didn't it?
It's good to see.
Right.
Because the scoreboards, that old scoreboard used to be quite a slow one.
Cook in bowls. Clark pulls onto the leg side. Is he going to be caught? He should be caught. Caught at deep mid-wicket. I've got to say, that's a dreadful shot. I mean, you're 1 ball from the end of the power play. Sussex have already lost 2 wickets. It was short, and he's pulled the ball onto the leg side. He's caught at deep mid-wicket, and I like Tom Clark enormously. He's a very personable young man, but I think he'd be really disappointed with that shot. I mean, it was short, the trap was set, and I'm afraid he's fallen into the trap.
He has indeed. It was a decent bouncer. It wasn't an accidental short ball. It was a genuine bumper, and he's played the shot, and he's hit it off probably higher up the middle than the sweet spot, but it sailed very easily. And I have to say again, Who caught it? Do we know at this moment? It was caught by Charlie Allison. And I'm going to say, for me, as an ex-pro, that was another good catch. It wasn't easy because he was looking straight into the sun. The sun is falling, you can see the shadows are lengthening, and he would have been looking straight into that. So, listen, we've just seen the best part of 5 overs. For me, this is tremendous by Essex because they are holding onto their catches tonight.
Well, they've taken 3 for a good. I mean, as I say, I just felt there. It's easy. It's easy from here, isn't it? I'm well aware of that, but I just felt 2 balls left in the power play. You've already lost 2 wickets. Just see the power play out now and then reset. In comes Cook, bowls to Alsop, who's back on his stumps, plays into the offside. They go for a quick single. He's going to move on, but Alsop's very quick between the wickets, and they pick up a single. Now, I just wonder whether this might be Tom Alsop's night. He's been in and out of the side with a calf injury. He's really important to Sussex in these middle overs, and he's got a chance to bat a long time tonight. So, end of the power play, 45 for 3. I think we have to say that's very much Essex's power play.
Yeah, as a team, you don't like losing 3 wickets in the power play. And you mentioned about Tom Alsop. I remember him very well from his Hampshire days, and indeed there's every chance that his friend Jason Ratcliffe will be watching, who he often mentors Tom Alsop. So if you're watching and listening, Jason, a very good evening to you. And we're going to see Snater continue, I think, for his 2nd over from the top end, or the Graham Gooch end, as opposed to the Sir Alistair Cook end. Snater in, that's fine, that's 2 straight, gone down the leg side, and I think it does indeed, beats Fine Leg, who is beneath us, beneath this packed audience in the River stand, which is adjacent to the Tom Pierce stand, and the sun is falling, or sunset is to our right, and we still cannot see a cloud. There's a plane going. I think that's possibly coming into Stansted as Snater on his way in. This time it's not too straight. As the ball cannons off his pads, goes back to the bowler. There is no run. 49 for 3. Coles has 5. Alsop facing with 1. Snater 1 for 4. He's about to bowl his 9th delivery. Harmer opened the bowling. He had a chance, and it was missed at slip in that first over before Daniel Hughes hit a beautiful 6 over extra cover. This time, Alsop drives into the leg side. He looks for 1. Harmer stops the 2nd. 1 run. Sussex Sharks have their 50 in the 7th over. And the time is 27 minutes past 6. I could do the weather update from the travel news, couldn't I?
I could do the weather for you. Hot and sunny, Don.
Oh, really? Thank you. And I bet it's just the same in Hove.
Yes.
Slater, right arm over to the right-handed Coles. Coles into the leg side. They run through for a single. Is it off the pad? It is off the pad, signalled by the tall Nigel Long. As I said, formerly of Kent, off spinner. Greying these days. We all are getting a little older. So, men out. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on cover. This is driven up the ground. They'll only take a 1, as frequently in Chelmsford, if you drive the ball with the short, straight boundaries, if there's a man back, you'll only get the 1 really.
Good start this by Essex, isn't it? Sussex under pressure here when you're 3 down. Coles also having to rebuild here. They don't want to lose another wicket here, Don.
Snater, right arm over to Coles. Coles plays with an open face bat. Goes down to short third man, where they take 1. End of another good over.
Very good, yeah.
Shane Snater. Cook has 2 overs for 17. But Snater, I think, has got probably 1 over. 2 overs, and he's probably Mr. Jackman. Snater's figures. He's going to earn his 7 off 2 with the 1 wicket.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Jackman.
Yeah,
Lovely to see David Jackman here.
And I did rather fear from a Sussex perspective when I heard the Essex team announced. I thought because Snater hasn't been playing that much, Cook hasn't been playing. I just think it looks a very strong Essex side, and a shame for Sussex, but great for this big crowd to see, a very strong Essex side. It's going to be Simon Harmer who's going to come in from the River End here at Chelmsford, over the wicket and bowls. Coles is back on his stumps and plays it onto the onside, picks up a single. It just feels to me like, maybe Sussex have to rebuild here, maybe to over number 10, pick up maybe 7 8s and over, and then unleash. It's a quick outfield. I mean, you know this ground very well, but just my personal, I'd have thought, you've got to be looking 180, 190 here, haven't you, batting first tonight?
We normally do at that. If you bowl well, it might be a little bit less if you take great catches. But, look, we've had a mixed campaign.
In comes Harmer, bowls drilled down the ground by Alsop. They've taken 1, but well fielded out in the deep by Shane Snater down below us. He's a very popular figure here at Chelmsford. And I also wonder, this is T20 cricket. I'll come back to my point in a moment. In comes Harmer, bowls, Coles, caught and bowled, and another wicket goes down. James Coles is on his way, and Sussex are in trouble here. Look to ease the ball down the ground, and Simon Harmer, low to his left-hand side, takes the catch, and Sussex are 4 down for 55. James Coles caught and bowled by Simon Harmer. He's on his way for 7.
That's another good catch by an Essex fielder. He's bowled the ball, and he's looked to just hit it back towards Harmer, maybe out of his reach, but unfortunately I do think it just gripped a bit in the deck, and he's hit it back in the air, and Harmer on his follow through has dived and collected it with his big buckets as hands, and that's another good catch. So Essex, listen, the good news here from Chelmsford is Essex are fielding like caged tigers tonight, where unfortunately against Taunton the other night, it was calamity after calamity, but against the Oval, against Surrey, Essex fielded beautifully. Yeah,
and they fielded really well here, apart from a misfield early on. But I was just thinking, Essex having a rough season in the Championship. I do believe the two are interchangeable. If Essex win their last 2 or 3 games in this, it gives a confidence to the club. If you keep, they go into the next Championship game against Sussex at Hove in a couple of weeks' time, and it just gives everyone a lift when you're winning games of cricket. But Essex are on top here. John Simpson is the new man in. Harmer in bowls to Simpson, who plays to short extra cover, and now this is a rebuilding job for Sussex, no question about that.
It is. You have to play responsibly and respectfully here, otherwise you want to take a risk, and it will be 5 down.
Harmer in again, bowled to Simpson, who cuts firmly through the offside. That could race away. It wasn't going for a boundary, but it's fielded on the cover boundary, and again, Don, as we were saying, it's kind of 1 or 4 tonight. The fielder very quickly round, fielding on the cover point boundary, in the benefit of the shade from the pavilion. I bet you'd have wanted to have fielded out there. I'll go out there, Skip.
Yeah, you move a couple of yards so you're in the shade.
Yeah, I think I need to be here, Skip.
Yes.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, he's in the sunshine now for the left-hander.
Harmer bowls and all sort of forward. I just thought for a minute that had gone in the air, but it's a good over from Simon Harmer. And Essex have very got the stranglehold on here, because after 8 overs, Sussex winning the toss are 56 for 4. They made a good start, 29 without loss at the end of the 3rd, with Daniel Hughes going like a train. But I did say when Hughes is out, Sussex, they just miss him at the top of the order. And since then, Ward for 9, Clark for 1, Coles for 7, and Sussex now in deep trouble here.
Well, the bit of good fielding for me then by Benkenstein, Luke Benkenstein. Right, why it was so good, he was athletic and ran and prevented the boundary. He ran to his left, but he got quickly around it, and he got it out of his hands, which stopped the 2. And that is why it wasn't necessarily a great throw, but it was a great piece of fielding to stop the return second run. This time driven down the ground. What a gorgeous shot that was off John Simpson, off the bowling of Shane Snater. There was nothing wrong with it. He came down the wicket and he just caressed it with the full face of the bat. He walked at the ball and he timed it beautifully, and he hit it so straight Slater couldn't stop it on his follow through, nor could mid-off.
Lovely shot.
Slater, will he bowl as full? Keeper up. This is clipped into the leg side quite straight, and it's gone up to Simon Harmer at long on, where there is a single.
Listening to Test Match Special, they were talking about how the really good players, and you would know this, Don, can go between Test Match cricket, county cricket to T20 cricket, the likes of Shubman Gill, K.S. Rahul. You know, these guys are good cricketers. You can play proper strokes in this. You don't have to slog. And that was a classic example of a beautiful shot from John Simpson.
Slater, keeper up again. This time it's in the air, may have been a slower ball.
Yeah, I think it was.
But Allsop has chipped it in the air, but it's safe as it bounces a couple of times before Simon Harmer at the Graham Gooch end at long on. And there is just the one run. I'm going to suggest to this from seeing a ball from Harmer in the first over, a ball from last over, and that particular ball there that Allsop hit, I think it might be just sticking in the surface a little. Slater round the wicket, this time into out, and that's sailed for
6.
Who's going to check? Nigel Long looks. The crowd are suggesting something, and they're just looking. Still not decided. Still not decided.
We might see it on the replay here.
6 it is. Been signalled 6. That was a magnificent shot by John Simpson, who has just ensured the bat face has gone into out to send it over mid-off. Great shot, Slater. Man back now, slower ball. Notice it, Essex are bowling a lot of slower balls here, and they take a 1 to Harmer. No 2. So score 69 or 70? 69.
I think that takes to 69, Don. Yeah, it was
slower ball again. I've picked this up early doors. I think it's just a little bit more tricky to play shots.
Right, okay, so it could well be there's, me saying, 180, 190, who knows, maybe 160 might be a good score tonight. Who knows? We shall see.
Slater on his way in. Around the wicket, driven. That's only going to be 1, I sense. If they field well, they do. There is only the 1, and the umpire should and does call over. 70 for 4. Simpson 13 off 6. Allsop 6 off 9. Harmer 2 overs, 1 for 14. Not forgetting he went for a 6, courtesy of the opener Dan Hughes.
I think that was that an over costing 15, David? Yes. So a big over for Sussex.
That was off Shane Slater. His figures, David? 2, Slater. 3.
Well, it's going to be Simon Harmer who's going to bowl the 10th over of the innings around the wicket. Comes in and bowls to Tom Allsop, who's down the wicket looking to drive, and he was rather deceived there by Simon Harmer. He played the ball down the offside of the track, and the ball had so much spin on it. It sort of spun away from Simon Harmer, but it's a dot ball. Allsop looking to hit the ball straight down the ground here. In comes Harmer again, bowls. There's Allsop again, and he's slightly fooled there by Harmer.
Quicker ball, wasn't it?
He's such a canny bowler,
He is. Slater 3 overs for 21.
And he went for 15 in that over. So before that, very good. In comes Harmer, bowls. Allsop sweeps, and he's going to pick up a single down to deep square leg, deep backward square leg. 1 more to the total. Allsop goes to 6 off 11. Not quite into his stride, Tom Allsop, yet, but really important, I think, for Sussex now that these two stay together for the next 5 overs. That gets Sussex somewhere near some sort of a total that they can defend. In again, bowl. Simpson drives to short extra cover. Again, there is no run. Good over this from Simon Harmer. Just the 1 run off it so far.
2 balls left. Can he get out of the over without conceding a boundary?
Harmer again. Around the wicket, in and bowls. Simpson defends onto the onside. Harmer has to trot towards mid-wicket to field. He's got 4 fielders set back on that leg side there, allowing the single. But lots of protection there, and Harmer needed to run across to field off his own bowling. The lady with a very bright red and white dress comes and sits down, and a lovely straw hat as well.
That is Eddie and Harry's
comes
grandmother.
Driven away. Allsop, that's a lovely shot, and that's 4 runs. That was a beautiful shot by Allsop, over pitch by Simon Harmer.
Yep.
And Tom Allsop absolutely belted the ball away through extra cover for 4 runs. That was a nice shot to finish the over. It takes Sussex at the halfway stage to 76 for 4. Allsop is on 11. Simpson is on 14.
Yeah, it was ended up being a half volley. It was made into a half volley, and it was caressed beautifully along the floor. Absolute cultured drive through the offside. So good shot there from Sussex, from Tom Alsop, which he's now got 11 off 13, almost runnable, but ahead of a runnable, John Simpson, who's going to face, and it's going to be Paul Walter entering into the attack and for the evening. And he is medium pace, nothing more, and but he gets a decent bit of bounce, and he is able to bowl a variety of pace, as in slower balls, different paces into the floor. He's a canny bowler.
Canny
Always
operator.
Picks up a wicket or two. Simpson to face tall Paul. This is driven up to, I think it is Simon Harmer at mid-on, no run.
That's what you call him, Tall Paul.
I think everybody does, don't they? In Brisbane, in the West Indies.
Is that right?
Yeah, I do believe. I mean, I unfortunately, I've become one of those as well.
Isn't it lovely though, seeing the lady down there in the red and white dress, but all the different colours around the crowd tonight. It's just a wonderful sight. People with their summer attire on. Look absolutely fabulous.
This is short, slower ball, but it's pulled out to Noah Thane, who bobbles it at deep square leg, but who recovers quickly, and there is just the single.
It does look slightly, I mean, you know, groundsmen are doing an amazing job considering it's been so dry, but just look a little bobbly down below us, and, you know, maybe not easy to field those ones that go across the outfield very quickly.
Let me tell you, it's greener than it has been of late. It really has been dry. Walter in down the leg side. I don't think that's, yes, it's not.
First wide, I think that is.
Delivery, yes.
First extra.
And we're in the what over? What
11th.
over is it? The 11th over. That's pretty disciplined.
Yes, I would agree.
Yep.
Just so important, these two now for Sussex. You know, as I say, if they can get to over 15, maybe scoring at 7/8 and over, and then, you know, the slog is on then for the last 5. Give Sussex something to bowl at.
Walter, left arm over the wicket. They come
Shot.
down the ground. He shimmies down and he hits that straight with the full face of the bat, and it cannons into the black sight screen right behind the umpire. What a gorgeous shot. There's no slogging. He simply shuttled down to meet the ball. Walter can't change his length. He's delivered the ball, and Simpson just caresses it powerfully straight back to the sight screen. Beautiful shot for 6. Walter in again. This time he doesn't move, but it's the same result as it's gone into the sight screen again, but slightly elevated. That, Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex, are the 2 best shots that you will ever see, I think, tonight, because it's textbook cricket, proper cricket shots. This time, he didn't have the full flow. It was simply a check drive with one good piece of footwork.
Excellent shot, wasn't it, by John Simpson? 2 beautiful shots.
In comes Walter, short, pulled. No, it's not, it's cut out towards the boundary at cover, where there is just the 1 run. And they're looking at the umpire. No, everything's all hunky-dory. That's cost him a single. Now, if anybody gets the opportunity to look at those 2 successive balls, one of them, the first one, he shimmies down, does John Simpson, but the second one, he just stands, plants his foot, and plays a beautiful check drive. Bouncer through. Will that be signalled a wide?
Yes.
And it has, and rightly so. Rightly so. 1 or 2 oohs and ahs, but I'm afraid I'm in total agreement with the square leg umpire, who signalled to Nigel Long at the bowler's end, and he agreed it was a wide.
Expensive over this, isn't it?
2 sixes.
17 off it so far.
Yeah. Walter in, left arm over, slower ball, driven into the offside. It goes out to that boundary fielder, who collects it with his son into his eyes, returns the ball, end of the over, and that's the end of the 11th over. Score 94 for 4. What do you say that went for? 12?
18.
18. Wow.
18, David?
So we had a Snater that went for 15.
Yes.
And Walter now for 18.
Yes.
Nice. Sussex are on the chart.
Yes, they are, and we were saying just how important these two are. Now, these two have so far had 39 for this 5th wicket for Sussex. And I was saying, I felt I needed these two to stay together, get Sussex, some sort of a platform, maybe score 7 8s and over, but they're doing a bit better than that. But very important these two stay together. The long handle will come a little later on from Nathan McAndrew, the big Australian. But, there's lots of overs to use up here. It's a lightning fast outfield, not the biggest ground in the world. And we were saying, you were saying, Dom, 180, 190, that's the sort of score you've got to set. Sussex look like we're going to fall a long way short of that at 55 for 4, or they might still.
Well, it's going to be Critchley for the first time tonight, bowling from the Graham Gooch end.
Yes, indeed. Bowling his leg spin, comes in and bowls. Hammered away by Tom Alsop. Is it going to be caught? It's holding up. Slater is underneath it. This is not easy.
Yes,
oh, it's a good catch. Tom Alsop can't believe it. First ball, Critchley bowls. Again, very, very easy to say from up here, Don. I've not played the game professionally, but my observation would be, do you have a little look at the first ball? If it sails over the rope for 6, maybe you say, great shot. But it didn't, and I wonder if you say, actually, perhaps you should have had a look for a couple of balls.
Possibly. Well, that's caused his downfall. He's hitting with the spin, but he just couldn't find the distance. Shane Snater took another good catch.
Very good catch. I was just going to say, John, sorry to interrupt you.
Go on.
I just felt then that Sussex were getting on top.
They were.
You've had an over where you've taken 18. These two are, building the pressure. A new bowler comes on, maybe take 8 or 9 off and over. I'm just not sure that shot was necessary at that stage. But who am I to say? I didn't play the game at the highest level like you guys did. But all you can give as a commentator is your observations and your reading of the game.
You just didn't need it then.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
There's an every chance now that Critchley will be allowed to bowl quite tightly at the new batsman, a right-hander, Danny Lamb. Listen, it's going to be interesting how he bowls. How does Lamb play? You can't just be careless now.
No, I agree. In comes Critchley, bowls to Lamb. Lamb drives down the ground. He's going to pick up a single to long off. Yeah, absolutely. And I just feel that if those two could have stayed together for another 5 overs, then you can really throw the bat. Get yourself to 130, 140. You've got a good base. But now you're right, Lamb's come in. They can't just go gun-ho here.
It's interesting for me, is the wicket still a little bit tricky to play shots?
Critchley in, bowls to Simpson, who clips that down to long on now. They're looking for 2 here. Simpson's like a hair between the wickets, but there isn't a second run there. Snater is in very quickly and gets in a very aggressive throw to keeper Jordan Cox. Just the single, 96 for 5 in the 12th.
If you're listening as an Essex persuasion, let me tell you, they are fielding beautifully tonight.
They are. They really are. Critchley in, short, hammered away by Danny Lamb. It's only be a single, though, out to the sweeper on that cover boundary, 97 for 5. They have. All the wickets have been caught, and they've all been very good catches. Very good catches. Harmer's was probably the easiest one, the caught and bowled, but some of them have been, up in the sky with the blue sky. That's a shocking piece of fielding.
That is, it's bounced and turned off the surface here, and he's come forward in anticipation of the catch. It's fallen short of him, but unfortunately he didn't get anything behind it, and it turned away from Paul Walter, and unfortunately he's been made to look a little silly there, as it's cost his bowler 4 runs.
Yeah, it was initially. Initially, I thought it was going to be a catch. I thought John Simpson didn't time it at all, and I thought it was going to Paul Walter. But then he kind of hesitated, and as you say, it turned and didn't mean to do it, but it didn't look great.
Critchley could have done with that. He looked exasperated about the misfield.
Understandably,
it's been a bit difficult for Critchley. He hasn't been as successful as he was last year. Right. Sam Cook into the attack here. He currently, Walter has been taken off. He's had 1 over for the 18, and in comes Cook. Cook bowls. This is played into offside. They look for a single, and credit to Paul Walter, who was the culprit last ball at the other end.
Just looking here, actually, down at Canterbury tonight. We were there last week. They're off for bad light.
We know why.
Because it comes through the pavilion there, doesn't it?
It comes
the gap.
through in between the
Yes.
old pavilion and the Frank
Yes,
Woolley,
it does.
just over where the commentators are.
Yes, that's right.
And I've been there where they've come off in the evening T20. Cook in, it's pulled out to mid-on, where it's a good shot really by Danny Lamb, and the Essex take 1 run. Sussex take 1 run. Yeah, we've seen that recently. Was it Nick Knight on television on a game there? They had to stop, and everyone was wondering
Yes.
what was going off. They're off for bad light. Have you experienced that there?
No, but when I saw it the other week, I thought, bad light is a glorious day, but that was what it was.
Cook round the wicket to Simpson. Simpson pulls in the air. That's going to be 1. That could be 4. He's found the gap, and that is another cracking shot. It was short, but he's pulled it not to the fielder, straight. He's actually hit it in between mid off on the boundary and sort of cover, deep mid wicket. Deep mid wicket. So that's a fantastic shot, cross-bat shot by the Sussex keeper.
Yeah.
Bat aloft, he crouches his knees. It's full, it's driven up to Harmer. Harmer's going to stop the 2. They look for 2, and Lamb turns him down. Well fielded Simon Harmer. 1 run, 107 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rebuilding job here, isn't it? You know, these two will know. There's Nathan McAndrew, then with every due respect to Ollie Robinson, who actually batted very well the other night. He made 27 against Kent, a very important 27. 12 Mills and Henry Crook. You're in amongst the bowlers then. I mean, there's these two and McAndrew, and it's whatever then the tail can put together. As I say, you know, Robinson is a very capable player and batted very nicely the other night, but the pressure is on here for Sussex.
Cook right arm over to Lamb. Lamb pulls. It's going to go out to deep square leg where there is just the single. That's what we call controlled bowling. He's not allowing him any boundaries, any easy scoring shots. 1 in the second half of a T20, as in the last 10 overs. If you allow him to take a 1 with the fielders spread, then you're doing a very good job. So left-handed John Simpson, 38 off 17, facing. It's driven out into the offside. They take a single, and he's thrown and shied at the stumps, and there is just the 1. There's backing up, and it was Luke Benkenstein to back up to stop the 2. 109 for 5. Simpson 39. Lamb 4. Critchley 1 over for 7. Will he continue? It looks to me as if he is.
Yeah, and I wouldn't see why you'd take him off. I mean, it would have been, it had it not been for the misfield off the end of the last over, it would have probably been 1 over for 4.
Well, he got a wicket first ball, didn't
yes,
he?
Well, he got a wicket. Yes, he did.
First ball.
Yeah,
so
he did.
The other 5 balls cost him 7.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah, and actually the 4 was unfortunate.
Yeah.
I like Matt Critchley. I thought he was a very good cricketer when he was at Derbyshire. As you say, Pats hasn't had the greatest season this season, but he's still a good player. Comes in and bowls. Simpson drives, hammers the ball down the ground, down here too long off. The fielder emerges from, that's Noah Thane down below us. Gets in the throw, 1 to Simpson, who goes to 40. Important for Sussex here, 40 off 19. He's striking at just over 200. A fella down below us has just bought a big crate of beers. Look at that, Don.
Oh.
Look at someone else.
Oh,
I thought your influence here, they might bring you. Lamb pulls onto the leg side. That's gone many a mile. That's gone for 6 runs. Smashed away by Danny Lamb over wideish mid wicket for 6 runs. That's a good shot by Danny Lamb, who has been in good form, good all-round form for Sussex. He made a very good 49 at the Oval. 5 for 15 last week against Kent at Canterbury.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with his bowling.
Critchley in, bowls. Lamb works that one to short third man. They need to get a bit of a move on, fielded by Walter, who was absolutely determined not to let that one go through for a boundary, and he just stopped the ball, held on to it, let them have the single.
His big frame was right behind that, wasn't it?
117 for 5. Yeah, look at those fellas there. 4 nice beers.
I think there's a best part of 12 pints there.
Oh. In comes Critchley, bowls, hammered away by Simpson. It goes through backward point. They just take the single, do Essex. John Simpson, so much relying here on the Sussex County Championship skipper. Wonderful player who's had his in the twilight of his career, he's just been magnificent for Sussex since he
Yep.
signed for Middlesex.
Yep, he
Something
has.
like eight centuries since he's arrived in the Championship. Critchley in, bowls to Lamb, who works that one to backward point. They pick up the single. It's just a single.
And before we say it, he's got him in Division 1 as well.
Yes, he has, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful
Very
signing. Paul Farbreaker's had a knack of doing that. But that would be, you know, I would imagine one of the signings of the Championship in the last decade. In comes Critchley, bowls to Simpson, who pulls one to the leg side. Now, is that going to go wide? It has. That's gone out of the ground. That's gone for 6. So 2 sixes in the over, and that was almost nonchalant.
That was, wasn't it?
Don, he just swept it away over backward square leg for 6.
It was a cricket shot. He didn't try and muscle it.
No, he didn't.
He's not built like that. It was sweet timing. It was a sweet shot that has gone square, but it's just sailed, and we're now having to pick another ball for Essex to bowl with that resembles 14 overs old.
Big over for Sussex. They've
David, what did that go for?
16.
16.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, it was a big over. John Simpson goes to 47 off just 21 balls.
Good innings this. Effective as ever.
I suppose, you know, to the orthodox leg spinner there, Don, I mean, he swept that with the spin, hasn't he?
It's gone with the spin.
Yeah.
So it's not against the spin. It's an easier shot.
Yeah.
Because you're going with it.
the spin.
He was always going to look for that. He's not going to go over the offside against the spin. He's going to go leg side with the spin as a left-hander. So we have a new ball and a new bowler, because we've got Noah Thane into the attack from the Graham Gooch end. A ring of 4 on the offside, none on the leg side where this has gone. Essex are very happy to get and give a single onto the leg side to the right-hander. What they don't want to do is go for boundaries. Now everyone swaps, because we have John Simpson, the left-hander, and we've now got deep, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. The 45 is up. No, he's not. He's going back. So I'm going to suggest that Noah Thane's going to bowl around the wicket, and he's going to bowl quite straight, because he doesn't want to incur any boundaries on the offside. Thane round the wicket, driven back to the bowler, who fields well on his follow through. There is no run.
Yeah.
Good evening to wherever you are, in the garden, in the car, at friends, watching at home on the streaming. Well, hopefully you're enjoying the action. The commentary here from the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, with Adrian Arms and Don Topley, a joint broadcast, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Sussex. Thane in, short, pulled. It's going to go down to Mohammad Amir, fielding in front of the Tom Pearce stand, and there is just the 1 run, which brings the right-handed Danny Lamb onto strike.
Yeah, I mean, 5 overs to go after this. You know, if Sussex feel they could score at 10 and over from here, Don, that gets them to 180, which is a score. I'm not saying it's a winning score necessarily, but it's a score that gives Sussex to bowl at. And when they were 55 for 4, you know, they would have probably taken 180, I suspect.
Thane over the wicket to Lamb. Lamb goes big, it's gone in the air. It's going to be a good catch if it's caught. Oh, it's gone beyond the bowler. It's the hardest catch you can ever get in the book. It wasn't a drop.
No.
He didn't get a hand on it as he was retreating, watching it over his right shoulder, watching it, moving as well, and he couldn't quite get under it. Great effort. I think that was...
Oh, that would have been a magnificent catch.
Luke Benkenstein, was it? Don't know, we'll have a look.
No, Michael Pepper.
Michael Pepper, as Thane comes in. This is cut into the ground. It goes out to mid-off where there is a single, an easy single, left hand and right hand swap. So do the players. Michael Pepper, if he'd have taken that catch, that would have been one of the catches of the season.
I only laugh then because the throw came in, and I think Jordan Cox yelled out to John Simpson, "Duck," because the ball was heading and John Simpson just ducked, and then I think he thanked Jordan Cox. Is that Jordan Cox's hair sticking out the back of his cap down there?
We call it 1980s peroxide blonde. Do you remember those days?
I do.
Putting a bit of lemon.
Unfortunately, Don. Yeah, I do.
Lemon juice in the hair. Noah Thane, this is pulled into the leg side. They'll just take the one as Paul Walter does the fielding at deep square leg. And the sun is increasing ever lower in the sky. The shadows are lengthening almost right across. I mean, the players' shadows are now so long, and you can imagine tall Paul Walter's shadow then. It's going to be even bigger. It's going to be pylon-esque.
Well, that was a good over as far as Essex were concerned, because just 6 runs conceded. Now, Simon Harmer, I think, has just got the 1 to bowl here now.
Gosh.
3 overs, 1 for 20 for the left-hander. Sorry, for the off-spinner. And he's bowling to the left-handed John Simpson. He's in, around the wicket bowls, and Simpson checks his shot and plays a deliberate shot into the covers. Picks up a single, and John Simpson goes through to a very good half-century. Excellent innings by the Sussex skipper that gets a round of applause from Don Topley next to me. 50 off just 25 balls, and crumbs, didn't Sussex need that?
Strike rate of 200.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's played beautifully. And listen, any boys and girls listening, he's played proper cricket shots.
Harmer bowls to Lamb. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It's a full toss, and he's reverse swept it down to the deep. Well, it's down towards deep backward point, but he's sort of reverse swept it, if you like, and it's gone down to what you call backward square leg. So you get my drift. Either way, Danny Lamb's got a couple of runs, but he was a little lucky, to be honest.
Hey, we've talked about some great cricket. That particular ball wasn't the best cricket we've seen of the match so far.
Harmer in, bowls to Lamb, who drills it down the ground. Now, is that going to go for a boundary? Chase around the boundary edge here for Noah Thane. They've taken, that's a very good bit of fielding, actually. That had 2 written all over it, but he was around very quickly, was Thane.
Can I suggest why it wasn't 2? Because Harmer dived and got in the way of
you take a bit of pace of it.
Simpson, and John Simpson had to jump not just once, twice, so he lost probably 2 metres running.
Simpson pulls a full toss onto the onside. He rather got away with that, did Simon Harmer. It's a good bit of fielding out on the leg side, but John Simpson looks heavenward because he knows that probably should have gone out the ground.
That's right, 2 full tosses in succession delivered by Harmer, and it's only cost him actually 2 runs.
Yeah, he's rather good.
Sussex will have been disappointed that they couldn't get more.
In comes Harmer, bowls, Lamb squirts that to backward point. If he squirts it, I thought that was a bump ball.
I would say it's out, yes.
Oh, he's out, yeah, Danny Lamb is on his way.
Scooped it up.
There we are.
For me, and that was caught by Michael Pepper, was it? Off the bowling of Simon Harmer. To me, it looked legit, so no problem there. It was squeezed quite full, but it was elevated where you try and play up and over, but unfortunately he's found the fielder, which brings in Nathan McAndrew. Danny Lamb was caught by Sam Cook bowling off the bowling of Harmer. Harmer has 1 ball left, 2 for 25 off his 4. 1 ball left, I might add. So Danny Lamb walks beneath us, and a slightly taller, broader Nathan McAndrew comes in. Well, he's about to take guard.
Well, he can give a thump, can Nathan McAndrew. I just wonder whether he might just rein himself in for a couple of overs here. On our screen, we've got not the whole picture, have we? I don't know quite what's happened there.
Yes, we will just mention to our streaming service at Essex TV, YouTube. We've got...
Well, sort of pictures of the news on the television and various things. Anyway, in comes Harmer, over the wicket, bowls. McAndrew drives down the ground.
Not out.
McAndrew...
Not out.
Plays the ball back to Simon Harmer, and that's a very good over from Simon Harmer, in which he's just conceded 4-5 runs and taken a wicket. And there have been a couple of very good overs for Essex, just as Sussex looked as if they may be getting themselves into a good position here.
Yeah, absolutely. Adrian, 2 good overs for Essex, fielding well. Shane Snater, well, Simon Harmer firstly, 4 overs, 2 for 25, well bowled the skip, and well fielded the lads so far. This has been an excellent performance by Essex. Gosh, it belies their bottom of the table place, to be honest, but there we go.
And that was from a Sussex, always the worry that this is just a much better Essex side than their record in this competition tells us. A lot depending on John Simpson here. 4 overs to go. Can Sussex post something defendable?
51 not out. This time he's driven Snater, who are bowled an attempted Yorker. Well bowled, sir, in the start of the 17th over. They're trying their tricks and their skills and their disciplines, trying to get it under the bat so you can't go for 6. Well bowled Shane Snater. 1 run to Simpson. He's off strike. McAndrew is on strike. Dangerous player. 3 on the ring on the offside, who hopefully are trying to keep McAndrew on strike. The boundary failures are deep cover, long off, long on, mid wicket and deep square leg. Snater on his way in. This is an inside edge. It's well fielded on the 45 by Mohammed Amir. Parries it, but he gets up, retreats to the ball and ensures there's nothing more than a single run. 138 for 6.
That was a good bit of fielding actually, because that could very easily have gone for a boundary. That was going pretty quickly and he did well. He not only stopped it, but then he managed to chase after the ball and get the throw in, and some of his teammates are saying well fielded. That was very good indeed.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Simpson pulls, it could be in the air, and it's well held. Noah Thane, he dives, he didn't get quite underneath it straight away, but at the last minute he dives for it, and Essex have taken probably the 5th excellent catch of the evening. Well, it was a short ball and he's got it up in the air, and unfortunately for John Simpson it hasn't gone the distance. He was caught. Thane bowled Snater for 52, and we have to say goodbye to a gentleman that's played terrifically well for his Sussex team tonight. He really has, and the Essex gentlemen in front of us, who have enjoyed the best part of a group of 12 beers, are standing and applauding John Simpson off, which is good to see that the host county are in fact enjoying the opposition's play. Well played John Simpson. 138 for 7.
Very good catch. I mean, that was I would have said that was probably the best catch of the lot, really. I mean, he had to dive forward to take it, Don. That really was a very fine catch. And I thought Sussex were building towards a bit more than this, but now they are in amongst the bowlers.
Slater into Ollie Robinson, who can bat. He takes it into the leg side. Snater runs, he checks, he sees if he can shy. He doesn't shy because Robinson is in, but also nobody particularly was backing up behind.
But again, Sussex here, I mean, there's still another 3 overs to go.
Well, you've got to
bat your overs.
Correct. What would you take? 25 in 3?
Yeah, get yourself sort of 160.
Snater in. This is clipped into the leg side, just chipped. They're going to take 1. They won't get back for 2. A slight bobble, but good fielding again here by Essex tonight. I can't stress this and the high enough praise. Yes. They have fielded tonight like caged tigers.
No, they've been very, very good. I mean, they haven't put anything down, have they? I mean, some of the catches have been excellent.
Snater on his way in. Keeper still standing up. This is an attempted scoop, and Robinson misses. Concludes the end of the over. Snater, 4 overs, 2 for 25. Well bowled, sir.
Well, that over just cost 4 runs, and the important wicket of John Simpson, courtesy of that very good catch by Noah Thane. I mean, 18 balls to go. If Sussex were to score a run a ball, that gets you around about 160. I'm not saying that's enough, but it just gives you something to bowl at. What they don't want to do is fall like a pack of cards here and not bat their over. So, everything here is... I would have thought McAndrew and Robinson here maybe for the next, certainly this over, look to knock the ball around. I mean, and then maybe with 2 overs to go, you have a swing.
Mohammed Amir, who I said at the early campaign, the games we lost, he was a little expensive and he was underwhelming, but he's been on point in the last few games and he's found a bit of form. He's back into the attack. He will bowl 2 of the 3 left, 2 overs, 1 for 11 so far.
He's in bowls a slow ball to Nathan McAndrew. I thought he was going to be caught an extra cover then. In fact, I was slightly deceived by the angle, but Snater, who's a very wholehearted cricketer, comes running in from long off to field. It's not a great throw, but prevents anything more than a single to Nathan McAndrew, who goes to 3. I just wonder, when he's been around the block, Nathan McAndrew, in terms of T20 cricket, he'll know there's 17 balls left here, and he'll know that Sussex will want to use those 17 balls.
Hugely experienced cricketer.
He is, and a very good cricketer as well. In comes Amir. Over the wicket bowls to Robinson. Oh, that's a good delivery. Right up in the block hole. Robinson jags down on it and they scurry through for a single. That's okay. It's another single. They get through this. Amir's got how many to bowl? He's got
2. He's going to bowl 2 of the 3.
Yeah, and that's not going to be easy.
He's going to bowl 18, which is now, and 20.
20, yeah. And you'd imagine from the other end...
Cook?
Yeah, you'd have thought Cook, wouldn't you?
Cook's bowled 3?
Cook has bowled 3.
Yeah.
Snater's bowled out now. Yeah, you'd have thought Cook, because both Walter and Critchley have been quite expensive. Could bowl Fane. I mean, he's at the over and he went for 6. Amir in, bowls. McAndrew heaves that down the ground. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2. Yeah. Fane is very quickly round the boundary edge. Gets in a good throw. Good cricket all round, actually. Good running by Robinson and McAndrew. Very good bit of work down below us by Noah Fane, who was round the boundary very quickly, got the throw in quickly, but not before Robinson had scuttled back to the non-striker's end for a couple of runs. McAndrew to 5. Sussex 144 for 7 here on BBC Radio Essex. Don Topley, Adrian Harms. Amir in again. Bowls to McAndrew. Slow ball hammered down the ground by McAndrew. In fact, he didn't get quite as much on that as I thought. Fielded by Snater, but long off, just a single. 145 for 7.
Listen, I can't tell you how well he's bowled here tonight, Mohamed Amir. He's bowled and attempted 3 Yorkers and he's gone for a 2. He's gone for a 1 and he went for another 1, I think. So he's bowling decent, controlled Yorker lengths here.
Amir bowls. Oh, and he's bowled McAndrew.
And a Yorker.
No, sorry, bowled Robinson. That was one of Robinson's favourite shots, looking to work the ball down to third man. He's on his way, and Ollie Robinson goes, and Sussex to 145 for 7, and Ollie Robinson goes for 2.
Bit of skill we were seeing it tonight by Mohamed Amir. Really is delicious as he finds his lengths, his radar, and just it's very hard to. You can ramp it if you get it right, but if you can bowl in the block hole, you can bowl so well at the death. I think it is fair to say the difference between my era and today's era, there was a larger margin of error back in my day because people didn't ramp, reverse and things like that, and today that margin of error has got smaller and smaller in today's short format cricket. But we're seeing the virtues and how well you can stop people scoring by bowling Yorkers.
Amir is in, bowl. Tamil Mills plays it. Yeah, he's going to be caught at backward point. Tamil Mills goes. And Sussex are rather collapsing in a heap here. The skipper goes, caught at backward point. Mohamed Amir is on a hat-trick. And Sussex, well, you never know until both sides have bowled on a pitch, but I think my feeling with this very fast outfield is that Sussex haven't really got enough runs here.
Maybe. I'm going to say this again. People have got out playing shots, and I just don't think this is easy. Maybe under lights it might just come on a bit better, but I think Sussex might look back and go, did we do the right thing batting tonight? Because and that's probably one of your questions to whoever you interview tonight. How difficult was the wicket? Was it entirely flat?
Yeah.
Adrian, I don't think it is.
Interesting. But I mean, Sussex off to such a good start. I mean, 29 without loss, and I'm not saying we told you so, but that wicket of Daniel Hughes was absolutely key. That catch by Shane Snater that accounted, that to me was a defining match, even at that early stage.
Sam Cook with the 19th over, which is driven. No, they're turning it down.
Now, I don't know why they're doing that, because
nor do I.
Henry Crocombe come back.
Tell them what they just did.
Well, the ball, sorry, Donya, it was played out onto the boundary on the leg side, and they've timed the single down. Now, I would say there's an argument for saying Crocombe should be batting 9.
Give him responsibility.
Ahead of Robinson and Mills, actually. I mean, I think Henry Crocombe's perfectly capable. He's got
I don't like that. I don't like that Cook into McAndrew. McAndrew drives, this could be in the air, and he's been caught a deep square leg, and it's another decent catch into the sunshine. They would have been looking right into the sunshine. So on the 19th over, McAndrew, who's turned down the singles, has been caught out at deep mid-wicket off the bowling of Sam Cook for 6 off 7. So you just mentioned it. It's really been quite disappointing in many respects that it's happened like this, as Sussex have been bowled out in the 19th over 18.1. They elected to bat, having won the toss, and the final wicket was Nathan McAndrew, was caught by Ben Allison well. Another good catch at mid-wicket off the bowling of Cook for 6. And Sussex are bowled out for 145.
I'm just going to ask David here, and I think I'm right here, David, that Sussex have lost their last 5 wickets for 9 runs. Yeah, 5 wickets for 9 runs. I mean, they were 100. They were 136 for 5 when Danny Lamb got out, and at that stage I was saying, well, if they can keep going here, they may get, 170, 180, give themselves. But I mean, that's an awful collapse, isn't it? Last 3 wickets for no runs. Thank you.
Thank you, David Jackman. Great to have a scorer working for us.
And how many balls was that? They lost 5 for 9 in what, about 2 or 3 overs, didn't they, David? I'm sorry to get you working hard, but I mean that's really, really disappointing for Sussex. 15 balls, they lost 5 for 9.
Well, the bowling figures look good. All right.
16 balls.
145 all out in 18.2 overs. Harmer 4 overs. He started the proceedings 0-2 for 25. No maidens, obviously no maidens tonight. Mohammed Emir 3 overs, 3 for 16. Sam Cook 3.2 overs, 2 for 25. Shane Snater 4 overs, 2 for 25. Paul Walter 1 solitary over, 0 for 18. Matt Critchley 2 overs, 1 for 23. Noah Thane 1 over, 0 for 6. He bowled well. Listen, 2, 4, 6, 7 bowlers bowled the 18.2 overs. They bowled pretty well as a unit. They have fielded as a group like Caged Tigers, but I'm going to chip in with this as well. In the 18.2 overs, Essex bowled just 2 wides.
Yeah.
Listen, I can't tell you how much they have fielded so well tonight, and you're a different team when you field well. It's a thermometer of a team. And the other night at Taunton, it was a disaster with our fielding, and Somerset went and got 200 and plenty. But for Essex tonight, it's close to the performance we recently saw at the Oval, where they fielded, I'll say it again, like Caged Tigers.
Well, first of all, you have to say well done, Essex. I thought that was an excellent fielding performance. Don, I endorse everything that you say. I mean, they caught everything. They got some very good catches as well. From a Sussex point of view, yet again, Daniel Hughes is just so key to this Sussex side. I thought he batted really well. He got to 27. When he got out, it just seems as if there's a lack of confidence among the rest of the batting order. I thought there were a couple of poor shots, if I'm being honest. I can only call it as I see it.
Right.
And wickets going down in important times when perhaps you should have been having a look at the bowling.
Well, I'm out on the outfield with none other than Essex cricket legend. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Nick Brown. Brownie, good to see you. It's an obvious opportunity for us to have a chat about your testimonial match coming up. When is it? Tickets? What can you tell us?
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me. 8th of August here at the County Ground, 6 o'clock start. We've got some good players, Essex versus the Essex Legends, so it should be good fun.
And what sort of names can you leak for us? What can the spectators expect to see on the night?
Yeah, so we got some return of some brilliant players, some greats of Essex cricket. Alistair Cook will be here, Ryan Tandascarter, Ravi Bopara, Reece Topley, the Prince of Chelmsford, Graham Napier. So yeah, some brilliant names, and the Essex first team will be here as well.
Amazing. And if we quickly touch upon tonight at the halfway point, thoughts?
I think we've done well tonight. I think it was a good start, good first half. Hopefully we can go knock them off, and it'll be a good night.
Amazing. Well, look, go and get your tickets. It will be a fantastic evening, all in aid of this man, Essex cricket legend. Please put your hands together once again for Mr. Nick Brown. Well, we're out on the outfield for our Thatchers Apple race that we're about to witness. We've got two of our contestants. Come on over very quickly. Sir, what's your name?
Sam.
Sam, where'd you come from?
Well, Chelmsford.
Superb. Nervous?
Very.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Name, sir?
Mitch.
Mitch, good to meet you. Chelmsford as well. Excellent. Rules are very, very simple to this. We're going to roll the ball. I'm not, you are. You're going to roll this ball all the way out to the orange cone. Around the cone, no cheating. We're going to come back. We've got people on the clock. This will be a timed event. All right, so you are trying to do this as quick as you can in order to be our winner this evening. All eyes on you, Sam. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! It's a good start. Round the cone, Sam, round the cone. He's on his way back. Bit of noise, bit of encouragement for Sam. And stop there. Mitch, get yourself ready. Showtime, you need the apple, sir. 17.74. Sam, remember that, because I won't. 3, 2, 1, go! Mitch, you've got a serious game face here. Mind the cone, mind the cone. No, you've got to go round it. Got to go round it. Over it. Home stretch. Keep going, Mitch, keep going. What have we got? It's close. It's close. There's 1 second in it. Sam, you are our winner, sir. Round of applause for Sam. Mitch, you are 18.74. Round of applause, please, for both of our contestants. There's your Thatchers reward, sir. Thank you both.
Cruise line ground here in Chelmsford as we're having a few songs sung by the crowd, but they're all in good natured crowd because it's a Friday night in Chelmsford. It's a full house, I'm pleased to report. So well done to one and all to come and support, well, be it Sussex on the road or indeed Essex here at Chelmsford, which is just great to see. We haven't had much cheer to enjoy this summer, but they might tonight as Essex will try and chase down the 146 runs needed for their second win in the T20 Blast. Adrian Harms, BBC Sussex, what did you think of the first 18.2 overs?
Well, first thing to say is, well done to the Essex public, because they've not turned their back on their side, have they? They've had a shocking campaign, 1 win out of 9, but they've turned up in force tonight. I mean, it's a great night to watch cricket. It's a beautiful evening, but they've come out in force and they've seen Essex absolutely brilliant in the field. It's probably the best fielding performance I've seen in the competition this season, because there were some steepling catches that were taken. They didn't put a thing down. A couple of errors in the field with a couple of fours that were, in general, I thought their fielding, their catching was outstanding. As for the Sussex batting, I thought that, well, I think Paul Farbrace will be disappointed. With the exception of John Simpson and Daniel Hughes at the top, I thought there were too many wickets given away, misreading of the situation, and to lose 5 wickets for 9 at the end and get bowled out in 18.2 overs is really poor. And Sussex will need all the experience of Paul Farbrace, James Kirtley, Grant Flower, Tamal Mills to really get themselves together here, because if they're going to win this game, they're going to have to bowl and field as well as Essex have done, because Essex have been absolutely excellent.
Yeah, you're going to have to take all the chances offered. You're going to have to bowl no balls, no wides. To their credit, Essex only bowled 2 in their 18.2 overs in the field, so well done. Certainly I'm interested as the lights take effect. Our newish LED lights, which are really quite impressive here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. It's great to see a T20 game under lights here, always an impressive evening. But as you said, Adrian, and thank you for saying it, it's great credit to the Essex folk to turn up tonight when their side has struggled and share and show their support tonight here at Chelmsford. And you never know, they could be, at this present moment at half-time, be rewarded with a win.
Yeah, and actually I was going to say as well a couple of things, Don. Number one, I know Essex are out the competition, but sport is I know it's a phrase we use a lot about momentum, but Essex are not having a great time in the county championship. They are Sussex next opponents down at Hove. The whole club feels better for a couple of wins, so I think from that point of view Essex will be pleased. The one thing we haven't really spoken about is the wicket. Now, Tamal Mills was telling me before the game that this was a new track. It looks very good. We're sitting here saying Sussex are well below par, and maybe they are, but maybe they aren't, and we'll just have to see whether this is a more difficult surface to bat on than we actually think it is, and we shall see.
Well, interestingly, Essex's next game is Thursday here, home against Hampshire.
Right.
So I'm looking at there's another strip 2 over away from us, which looks as if it's been cut. It may be starting to be prepared for next week, or will they use this one again? We shall see. But good to see Sussex out there led by, and it must be quite an emotional Tamal Mills, because he started from this parish where he earned his first contract as a bursarial contract, as an academy. He came down from Suffolk. He lived in Brandon, so it's not a million miles away, about 3/4 of an hour up out of into Suffolk, but he's leading his troops. He's actually captain here tonight at a place which would have been rather emotional for him back in the day. We're going to see Ollie Robinson with the ball in hand from the Graham Gooch end. He's going to open up from the proceedings and bowl to Michael Pepper with 19 on his back.
Well, Sussex need wickets here. They're not going to win this, I don't think. They're going to need to bowl Essex out. In comes Ollie Robinson from the Graham Gooch end. Comes in and bowls to Pepper, who drives and straight away with a boundary. Overpitched by Ollie Robinson, and that's probably not the start that Sussex wanted. It was slightly overpitched, and Pepper drove that with beautiful timing away through the covers for 4. Good shot.
Overpitched and a little bit of width, I'm afraid. and he's planted his front foot and caressed it through the covers. The two men out are deep square leg and deep point.
They are. They've got a slip in place. James Cole's in there as Robinson is in again. Bowls to Pepper, who shoots. He's caught behind and the wicket goes down. Robinson gets a wicket with his second ball. Well, I could have sworn he got a little nick to that, but maybe he just cut away. I thought it was out.
Everything looked as if it would have been out. Apart from there was no nick. It was a Jaffa of a delivery.
Well, that must have moved a long way. We may get a replay, but I thought he'd nicked that behind.
It
I think the
seemed to
crowd
move,
did as
but
well.
maybe it just seemed as Michael Pepper sort of walked at the ball, but he didn't nick it. He didn't nick it. I reckon there was quite a decent gap.
Oh, it came off the thigh pad. It looked like he got a nick. Robinson in again, bowls to Pepper, who cuts away firmly down to... now, Finn Hudson-Prentice is on the ground for Sussex, the 12th man, which means somebody is off. And I have to say... Oh, no, it's not Nathan McAndrew. Because I saw Paul Farbrace put his arm around Nathan McAndrew as they came off, and I thought, well, that's a bit strange. It might be
Allsop?
Tom... No, Allsop's out there, who has been suffering with a calf.
He's at mid-wicket, is he?
Yeah, it might be Tom Clark, and that's a blow for Sussex, because I would say Tom Clark is Sussex's best fielder. In comes Robinson, round the wicket, bowls to Paul Walter, who beats Walter, all ends up. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, it is. He squared him up, and he perhaps playing into the leg side. Tall Paul needs to remind himself, look, stay sensible, keep playing straight. He has been effective. He was the match winner in the game against Surrey, where he took downtown both Topley and Curran, who didn't bowl badly, but he took them for 17 and 18 in 2 overs at the Oval.
Robinson in bowls. Walter hammers the ball down the ground. Robinson gets a finger to it, but the ball's going to race away for 4 runs down the ground. Good shot by Paul Walter. Ollie Robinson got his hand to it, a big right hand. He took some of the pace off it, but it's a relatively short boundary towards the Graham Gooch end of the ground, and despite the best efforts of Tamal Mills and Henry Crocombe to stop the ball going for 4, they were unsuccessful. So it's a second boundary of the over for Essex, who are off to a good start here, needing 146 to win. They're already 9 without loss. Walter on 4, Pepper on 5. Robinson around the wicket, in and bowls, and Walter gets a big inside edge. The ball comes down to deep backward square leg, fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's on the field, we think, for Tom Clark. End of the opening over from Ollie Robinson, an over which Sussex conceded 10 runs. Essex are 10 without loss, needing to score at a rate of 7.16 and over to win here.
He bowled his first ball, which was a little bit full and a little bit wide, but the 5 further deliveries was excellent bowling. He bowled 2 Jaffas in those 5 balls, and he will certainly regret going for a 4 with that first ball. Bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, which houses the town centre really behind us, with lots of food, fare, drinking, bars, but it's Tamal Mills who's going to move away from us up the slope here at Chelmsford. He's bowling to Paul Walter, and this is Paul in the air. What a catch at mid-on!
Ollie Robinson, has he hurt himself?
He's not going, but he has been told, and the physio is required to see Ollie Robinson, who athletically dived to his left, and he clung onto a ball, and I think he's rubbing his knee or is his back, but everyone's patting him on the back. But my word, what a catch we've seen tonight. We've seen 4, 5, 6 catches that were excellent, and that one from Ollie Robinson is every bit deserving of that top draw. Physio's gone to see him. He's limping. I think it is his knee. Did he land on his knee? He looks as if he's going to come off.
Well, he's been struggling, Ollie Robinson, with a variety of injuries this season. One of them has been a foot injury. I think he's staying on, but Sussex are sort of getting Robinson through at the minute. Let's just see this catch again. It was pulled onto the leg side. Well, we can't really see from here, but it was a low, sprawling catch.
Magnificent.
very good.
You can see he's just pulled his trouser leg up,
Yeah.
and it looks like he's got a broken leg because he's got bandages running from his thigh to his calf.
Well, Sussex needed that.
We can repatch him, can't we, eh?
So Tamils gets a wicket with his... And I was just going to say, Sussex are bowling the big guns first here tonight. You know, they're bowling Robinson and Mills. They're not holding them back. They know they need wickets if they can have any chance of winning this game.
Mills with a wicket first ball. He bowls, played into the offside. Essex take one, and that sees Cox off, up and running, playing into the offside with almost just a slightly powerful forward defensive. Great news this for Sussex. What a game. I do honestly think the ball is either sticking in the surface, holding, just not quite as easy to play shots.
Yeah, well, Essex will feel their favourites here, but as I say, Sussex are bowling the big guns here, and Mills with a wicket in with his first ball.
Mills on his way in, passes the umpire Debenham, forced off the back foot, that's going to run away for 4. That is a nice calculated time where they've opened the face of the back off the back foot and run it off the face, and it's run wide of the short third man, gone for 4. Essex move to 15 for 4, and Pepper now has 2 boundaries in his 9.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? Just using the pace of the ball and just running the ball away through back the point. We've been saying continually tonight, Don, it's either 1 or 4. The outfield is lightning quick, and once it's got past the fielder there, Henry Croker, who's a good fielder, there was really no chance of cutting that off.
Mills into his hop, into his run. He's coming in, powerfully built, short ball into the leg side. It's come off Pepper's hip. That will take 1 run to the batsman, I believe. Not actually.
No leg byes. Oh no, there were runs. You're right, John.
Yeah.
You're right.
That was quite a pacey delivery.
What a great sight it is here, isn't it, to see the ground full, the floodlights on, the blue sky. It's, you know, so much talk about the schedule, Don. To me, this is it. This is T20 cricket. Friday night, people have finished work for the week, come down and see a game. You know, the crowd here is packed out, and Essex are having a poor season in this competition.
Mills on his way in, bowling to Cox. Cox plays on the front foot, finds the fielder at cover. There is no run. Well bowled to Mal Mills. Yeah, it is, and not in the too distant future. We're going to see the lights take more effect. The shadows now are all across the ground. But to our right, we will see the Ambassador Cruise Line Pavilion, or the Dug-In Soul Pavilion. But in the next half an hour, we're going to see a stunning sunset, I believe. As Mills on his way in bowls. Slower ball, this is forced into the offside. Quite full, quite square. And Essex would just take the 1 run off to Mills' final ball of the over. Robinson went for 10. Mills, I think, has only gone
7
for 7.
Yeah.
So, but most importantly, Sussex have a wicket, and that can just put a little bit of pressure on the home team. It's going to be Nathan McAndrew.
Yes, it is. So as I say, Sussex have got the big guns out here. You know, McAndrew, Robinson, Mills, they're experienced bowlers. They're getting these overs in quickly. I think the feeling in the Sussex dressing room will be they need to take wickets early on here to give themselves some sort of a chance. Sometimes you might see James Coles bowling at the top, maybe Henry Crocombe, but they've gone for the experience here in these early overs, which I think is the right tactic. In comes McAndrew, the tall Australian, running in towards us, and in fact he runs right through the crease. And Jordan Cox comes down and does a little bit of gardening. Still the slip in place. The fielders outside of the 30-yard circle are a deep square leg and a deep backward point. So does it mean, is it a cruise company that sponsor Essex now? Are they?
It is, yes.
Do you get cheap cruises?
No, not at all. It is the Ambassador Cruise Line, very much so.
McAndrew in and bowls. Down the track comes Cox and lets that one go down the leg side. There's a few cries of wide down below us, but no wide given. Jordan Cox, who won this competition when he was with Kent. I seem to remember he took a brilliant catch in the final, actually, Jordan Cox, when they won. Very fine plays, but very unlucky with injuries on that tour of New Zealand in the winter when he would have made his... Oh, he was going to keep wicket, I think, wasn't he?
He was.
In that test match and broke his thumb in the nets.
Listen, I've had a text from a Sussex fan.
McAndrew in bowls, drilled down the ground by Cox to mid-on. There is no run, 2 dot balls.
The gentleman's listening to us in France.
Oh.
But more importantly, very famous old football players listening in.
Oh, okay. Famous footballer for...
Back in the day, Brighton, Arsenal, Steve Gatting.
Oh, Steve Gatting. Hello, Steve.
Good evening, Steve. It's a lovely picture here. It's great to be commentating on this game. So good evening to Steve and Joy.
In comes McAndrew. Bowls! Oh! And, well,
Edge.
that almost makes the point that you've been making throughout, Don, as to whether this pitch isn't quite as easy to bat on as we thought, because Jordan Cox didn't time that at all. Leading edge, and the ball ballooned past the left hand of Nathan McAndrew. Didn't quite carry to mid-off to Tamal Mills, and Jordan Cox come down, does a little bit of gardening. So maybe this isn't going to be quite as straightforward as we thought. Cox survives, but 3 dot balls in this over from Nathan McAndrew.
Which makes you think, as batting first, could you have squeezed, or is it greedy to say 155, please?
In comes McAndrew, bowls. Cox is solidly forward, plays back to McAndrew, 4 dot balls. And this is very good by Nathan McAndrew, and just gives the fielding side a bit of a lift. You can almost visibly see people clapping their hands saying, oh, come on, maybe we're not out of this.
Not at all. Not at all. Just need things to go your way, and Essex need to be a little bit responsible rather than throwing caution to the wind. They've just got to be sensible. Smart is a great word in cricket.
McAndrew in bowls to Jordan Cox, who clips this one away nicely through mid-wicket. They've taken one, they'll come back for the second, I'm sure, as the throw comes in from Henry Crocombe, who's right out there on the leg side boundary. 2 to Jordan Cox. I mean, there's no rush here for Essex, is there? And Jordan Cox is an experienced cricketer. They need to score at 7.4 and over. They've got 9 wickets in hand. If only it were that easy. But perhaps the feeling is here, let's see off the heavy artillery from Sussex and see what follows down the line. McAndrew. Final ball of his over, in and bowls. Oh, he bowled him! McAndrew picks up the wicket. Jordan Cox has gone. I thought that kept a bit low. And all of a sudden, Essex are 19 for 2, and Sussex will feel they're back in this.
We've got a game on our hands here. Well bowled, little bit of pressure. It's amazing what pressure can do. Essex, well, they're 2 down, and we're only in we've just finished the 3rd over. So Sussex lost 3 wickets in the power play, and were a little bit disappointed after the 2 left-handers got off to a flyer for Sussex, but they're right back in it. What a cracking game we've now got on our hands. And it's amazing, this game of cricket.
It is.
Could Sussex have squeezed another 10, maybe 15? Meanwhile, Essex now 19 for 2, and they're just going to have to take stock here. And we've got a young batsman come into the crease. We've got Charlie Allison, who played in the game in the win at the Oval, and he's thoroughly enjoyed it that day. They haven't had much to cheer about it, but he thoroughly enjoyed their game at the Oval when they defeated the mighty Surrey. Pepper to face, as it's a new over. Robinson on his way in with and he bowls. It's driven by Pepper out to Mills at mid-on. No run. So all the fears about his knees, he's got it heavily strapped, but he's back bowling for his captain and his county. Ollie Robinson, who I've followed his career. Good evening to both mum and dad. But we know as families that we used to, Essex and Kent used to play from the age of 9, and Ollie and Rhys Topley used to play against each other. That ball bounced with the height of Ollie Robinson, and he's played it quite well with 2 hands off the splice, but it did have a bit of extraordinary bounce. 19 for 2. Robinson walking back towards the Alistair Cook end.
Another wicket here, and Sussex will feel they're really in business.
He's into his run. He's on his way in. The tall man bowls are playing a miss through to the keeper, and there is no run. Mills clapping, encouraging.
With every ball that goes by, you have to think maybe 145 isn't as bad as we thought. I mean, it's there's still an awful long way to go, but certainly the way that Robinson, Mills and McAndrew have opened up, Sussex got the big guns out early and they picked up the wickets.
Robinson at the crease. This is a slight scoop, but it wasn't full. It was a length ball, so he had to just help it on its way. And Pepper, as we've seen him often do, he got a lot on the ball, decent bit of the bat, and it's gone very fine at fine leg for 4. So we see Pepper do that a lot. He does it to all people of all varieties of pace, but he's very selective how he plays it on the length of the ball. In comes Robinson. Bowls, comes down the ground this time, and it's going to be safe as it goes into the Tom Pearce stand for 6. Well, he's outdone the bowler there because he's hanging around in the crease looking for the scoops, and then he's come down the wicket, he's found the pitch of the ball, and he's hit it well enough for 6. Good shot from Pepper, 29 for 2.
Yeah, it was a good shot. I think there was an awful lot wrong with the ball, to be honest. But I think Michael Pepper had made up his mind where that was going to go.
Nothing wrong with the ball. He's in. Pepper drives. He hits it to Tamal Mills' right hand, and he takes a quick single, and that concludes the over. 30 for 2. We've had 4 overs, but Essex have lost 2 wickets, and Andrews bowled the 1 over 1 for 2. And is he going to stay on? He is, Adrian.
Yeah, he is. So at the end of the 4th over, Sussex were 34 for 1 compared to 30 for 2. So you should say at this stage, Sussex are ahead. Ahead on runs, and they'd lost less wickets as well. Get my words out. Nathan McAndrew from the Graham Gooch end comes running into bowl to Allison. He's in, and Allison ramps, and that's well played, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Pepper, I'm sorry, cheekily paid by Michael Pepper, my apologies. He took a signal, didn't he? And he's just ramped that ball over the keeper, and the ball runs away for 4 runs. So Michael Pepper, who scored a very good 100, I remember, last season down at home for Essex, and a win for Essex. One of the rare defeats that Sussex
he would
has.
have scooped then.
I'm sure he did, but that's a very fine shot. So just relieving a little bit of the pressure. Pepper goes to 25 off 12, and Essex here 34 for 2. He waits as McAndrew is in, over the wicket, bowls, pulled away by Pepper. That's going to be 4 more. That wasn't a great delivery. That was short down the leg side, and with the fine leg Ollie Robinson up inside the circle, there was absolutely no chance of cutting that one off. It's whistled away for 4. It's funny how these games can change, because Pepper has gone 6, 4, 4, 4. So what's he got? 18 off the last 5 balls he's received, I think. Michael Pepper, 19 off the last 5 balls.
First ball of the innings was 4.
Yes, 38 for 2.
But he is very effective. He's a tall man, he keeps wicket as well. But what he shimmies across his stumps to give him the opportunity to go leg side. And then he can go fine, or he can go hit the ball a little harder rather than ball hit bat. If he allows bat to hit ball, it goes squarer. But if he just waits for it, plays it late, and allows the ball to travel to the bat, he then hits it fine.
McAndrew in, bowls to Pepper, who plays that to mid-on. They're looking for a quick single here. Henry Croker very quickly and underarms the ball at the stumps, but Pepper goes through for a single. Essex go to 39 for 2 here on BBC Radio Essex. A very good evening wherever you're listening, down in Sussex or in Essex or indeed around the world, watching the coverage here from what I know, I've always called this the county ground in Essex. It's probably not called that at all, really.
My day.
Yeah. Oh dear, perhaps we're all getting old, Don. But it's a wonderful sight. It's a packed house. The floodlights are on. Sussex are fighting and scrapping for every ball here. They made 145. John Simpson top scoring with 52. Daniel Hughes making 27. Some really very good Essex fielding and bowling, but Sussex fighting back. McAndrew comes in and bowls to Allison, who's forward, plays into the offside of the first ball he receives, into the covers, fielded there by Alsop, and there is no run.
There's a few watching on the retirement flats at Deep Long On, right opposite us. New retirement flats. Can you see them? They're sitting on their balconies.
I remember Luke Wright in that innings he played here, 140.
Yes.
Yeah, all over those flats. I mean, it was an amazing innings from Luke that night. Joe, that's about 10 years ago, Don.
Gosh.
Unbelievable. In comes McAndrew, over the wicket, bowls, turned onto the onside by Allison. That's sensible cricket, isn't it? He's taking the single, no need to take any more because they've already had a decent over here, have Essex 40 for 2. And one thing that hasn't changed, Don, is I remember on that day the Sussex coach got stuck coming to the ground in all the awful traffic. And Luke Wright tweeted and said, if anyone's at the ground for Sussex, they want to open the batting, because they were late, the game was delayed. And I remember I got stuck in it as well.
Yeah.
And it was no different today. It took hours to get here tonight.
Sorry.
Yeah, wow.
It was
worth it in the
dreaded
end,
M25.
Oh, don't. Coming up to the Dartford Tunnel, yeah, just awful. Anyway, we're here and it's a wonderful evening. The lights are on and in comes Nathan McAndrew. In and bowls. Cut away through backward point. That's a lovely shot by Michael Pepper, who's really playing beautifully here. He's cut away through backward point. He picks up another boundary. He goes to 34 at the end of Nathan McAndrew's over. That was an expensive over from McAndrew, an over which cost 14 at the end of the 5th over. Essex are 44 for 2. At the same stage, Sussex have begun their decline, really. They were 38 for 2. But Michael Pepper going along very nicely here. He's on 34 off of just 15 deliveries.
Well, we've got the last over, the power play, the important over in modern day cricket, over number 6. And it's going to be bowled by the captain, Tamal Mills. So we'll just quickly check again. Deep point is on the boundary beneath the Felsted school stand, and the executive boxes hosts deep square leg. There's your 2 men out. Round the wicket, driven into the offside, and that's going to run away for 4. It was very full, it was dug out, and it's just split the 2 men on the offside on the inner ring, split them. One dived and he just couldn't stop it, and it's disappeared for 4. 48 for 2.
Yeah, in a minute. They started off well with those 2 wickets. They could just do with another wicket. So the big guns are still bowling, Mills, Robinson and McAndrew.
In comes Mills, left arm round the wicket. It's driven down the ground. Oh, just fell short of Ollie Robinson. He didn't dive. I'm not going to suggest he should have, but the ball just died on him.
It did.
As he entertained diving. And unfortunately, it was not out. We've already had a Court Robinson beautiful catch bowled by Mills, but not that last ball.
Yeah, he's a good fielder for a big man, is Ollie Robinson, and it was just short, wasn't it? He's got some terrific run-outs in this competition in the last couple of years.
Mills bowls. This is clipped in the air. That's going to be safe as it goes for 6, square of the wicket. What a super shot from Charlie Allison. He's picked it up and it's sailed, and just hasn't gone over the boundary, but it's gone into what we call the temporary crowd in front of the Doug Insall Pavilion, where they're sitting in their deck chairs and bucket seats. What a great shot for 6.
Super shot, wasn't it? Just a lovely pick-up.
Probably not a great ball off his legs. Allison waiting. Mills, slower ball, is cut into the offside, which goes out to deep backward point. There is 1 run, and Allison and Pepper rotate.
Yeah, it's just started to slip away from Sussex here in these last couple of overs, isn't it? I mean, you have to say some very good batting by Michael Pepper in particular, 34 off 15 deliveries. Sussex could just do with another wicket here in the power play. They're not out of this. But all of a sudden, some good striking by this Essex top order.
Mills pumping in, comes in, slower ball, cut, and that's avoided short third man, and that's going to run away for 4. That's a shot, I'm going to say, an exquisite shot down, and he allows and ensures that short third man doesn't stop the boundary. That's a quality shot there from Michael Pepper.
Yes, it is a very good shot indeed. I mean, there was 1 or 2 glances there in the direction of Henry Crocombe. I think it's Henry Crocombe down there, or maybe not. to Nathan McAndrew. Could be one or two glances, but I think he'd have done well to cut that off, to be honest. No, it's not McAndrew. It's either Crocombe or Hudson Prentice. I think it's Finn Hudson Prentice.
It was almost...
But it's not easy down there, is it? It's running away very quickly.
Bobbly outfield as well,
Yeah.
dry. That was almost a late cut. Mills in, shorter, quicker ball, which is fielded at short third man. And Essex and Allison come through for the single. Pepper will keep the strike as that concludes the end of an over. How many, David?
16.
16.
Yeah, big over. At the end of the power play, Sussex were 45 for 3, Essex are 60 for 2. Actually, it was Henry Crocombe down there at third man. Now, the power play is over. We've had 2 overs from Mills, Robinson and McAndrew. And now it's James Coles, who's bowled very well in this competition so far this season, with his left arm spin. But Essex just needing to score here at just over 6 and over. And with 8 wickets in hand, obviously there's still a way to go for Essex, but they'll feel that they're in a good position here. They'll feel... You feel, even at this stage, this is Essex's to lose, really, Don.
I agree.
Coles is going to bowl to Michael Pepper. What can James Coles do? Around the wicket bowls. Michael Pepper drives firmly to short extra cover, fielded there by Danny Lamb, and there is no run. Immediately straight on the money here is James Coles. Back to his mark. Comes in off just 3 or 4 paces. In and bowls. Pepper reverses, and there's a loud appeal for LBW. Coles is down on his knees.
Bowled him. He didn't know where the ball had went.
No.
And John Simpson just left it. He was watching the ball. He genuinely thought this was going to go back onto the stumps.
Yes, I think he did. I don't know how it didn't actually. It just hit the back pad. It was a good shout. Coles in again, bowls, and Pepper pulls onto the onside. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a very good shot by Michael Pepper. It wasn't the greatest ball from James Coles, but there are 2 men on that leg side boundary, and he's picked up the ball and clipped it away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And there's someone in the stand there with a blue and green umbrella who's twirling it away as that ball crossed the boundary rope for a boundary.
Well, they're singing, but not in the rain.
No, they don't need it for the rain. In comes Coles, bowls, and Pepper hammers that. Oh, it's a super shot. That's 6 runs. That's absolutely smashed away by Michael Pepper over extra cover for 6 runs. That is a beautiful shot. 64 for 2. Pepper goes to 43 off 20, and I'm sitting here, Don, and I'm thinking, how on earth have Essex won 1 game in this competition? I mean, it just makes no sense watching this tonight.
Yeah, well, they would have beat Sussex
at
Hove if it hadn't rained, or if we'd have got another 9 balls in.
Coles in, bowls. Pepper pulls away onto the leg side. More runs here. It's a very good. Oh, it's gone away for 4 runs. Underneath the dive out there of Henry Crocombe. And all of a sudden, Michael Pepper is on 4. He goes to his 50. That's a wonderful 50 for Michael Pepper. Don Topley applauds. 53 off 22 balls.
22 balls.
That is some knock, and the Chelmsford crowd rise to Michael Pepper, because all of a sudden Essex are 74 to 2, and we're only in the 7th over. Coles in again, bowls. Pepper drives down the ground. He's just going to get a single on this occasion. There's some ironic cheers as it's fielded in the distance there by, pretty certain that's Henry Crocombe down there. End of James Coles over. Well, it turned out to be an expensive over from James Coles. End of the over, 75 for 2, 15 off of the over, and all of a sudden Essex just need... Well, something's happening here. Who's
the support staff.
Oh, Tom Clark.
The support staff are throwing T-shirts into the crowd.
Right.
And the crowd are desperately keen to receive one of their T20 shirts. We're going to see a bowling change. To Mills is off. I think it's Henry Crocombe.
It is Henry Crocombe, yeah.
Who bowled very nicely at Hove against Essex. Probably the pick of the bowlers that evening for Sussex. But it's going to be bowling to an in-form Michael Pepper, who's on 54 off 23. And Pepper is just having a look around the field, and we've now got a few extra fielders out in the deep. Crocombe in. This is off a leading edge into the offside. He was looking to play on the leg side and come through for a very very quick single.
I've missed the 50 partnership actually, and that was a very quick 50 partnership as well, David, because they were 19 for 2 when Jordan Cox was bowled by Nathan McAndrew. But and that wicket went down in the, just double check the stats here, after 3 overs. So that's come in about 4 overs, that 50 partnership.
Wow.
Very good indeed.
Quite brutal.
Has been brutal.
Henry Crocombe away from us, bowls. This is, oh, that's gone for
miles.
12. That's gone into the upper stand, which is a temporary stand adjacent to the pavilion, in between the pavilion and the modern scoreboard at the executive boxes. That's gone about 20 to 30 metres over the boundary.
Well, the other problem for Sussex is here now, actually. This isn't doing their run rate any good either, because Essex are absolutely pulverising us now.
That's gone for a big 6, 82 for 2. Crocombe, in he comes, slower ball. Allison has a bit of an agricultural slog there. It was angled in, he was trying to go with the way the ball was going, but he's mishit it. It's cannoned off his pads, and there is no run. But Pepper goes as the senior batter, just to have a little chat after a magnificent shot into the leg side by Charlie Allison.
Well, that went miles. That's the biggest hit of the night.
Crocombe concentrating, he's into his run, he bowls, comes down the wicket, gives himself a little bit of room, does Allison. He mistimes it and it goes back to the bowler. Well bowled, sir.
Yes, I like Henry Crocombe. He's a young cricketer. He's been around the scene for a little while now. He's still only 24. Has had some shoulder problems this season, but I think he's been away with the Lions as well, so he's clearly sort of on the radar. But he's quite sharp. He's worked very hard with James Kirtley, but he's up against it here. This is Sussex really on the ropes.
Here comes Crocombe. This is pulled, it could go to the man, it goes over the man at deep square leg. That's gone into the crowd for 4. You can hear the triumphant applause, the flags are flying, and Essex are on their way.
Well, that wasn't a very good ball, was it, having big Henry Crocombe up there? I mean, he is a good young cricketer, but he's bowled short down the leg side, and rather helping himself there is Charlie Allison. He just helped the ball over, deep backward square leg for 6.
In he comes, right arm over, bowls short again, that's gone in the air. That could be safe at deep mid-wicket. It's a good catch, Tom Alsop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well caught, Tom Alsop. He ran, he got underneath it, he just checked where he was, he moved again and was right under and snaffled quite a difficult catch. So well taken, Tom Alsop. Well batted, Charlie Allison. He was called Alsop, bowled Crocombe for 24, and Essex have lost their 3rd wicket after 8 overs and are 88 for 3.
Well, they needed something, Sussex, and they've got that wicket, and they're going along 11 and over, are Essex. They only need to score at under 5 and over now, so but a wicket is a wicket, and wicket can change matches. I mean it's a long shot here for Sussex, but they just have to believe that they pick up another couple of wickets, and maybe Essex start to just worry a little bit. But the new man in his Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper's going on like a train. Good catch by Tom Alsop. The catching here in this game tonight has been excellent. Very, very good indeed.
Agreed.
Good catch from Robinson earlier on. Good catch by Alsop, and some excellent catching throughout from the Essex side. So, 88 for 3 at the end of the 8th over. Need to make a note of that, as in comes Lamb. Bowls, and Pepper drives, and a very good tumbling stop by Harrison Ward at backward point. Prevents anything more than a single. Total goes to 89 for 3. Pepper to 56. Target 146 here on BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Harms, Don Topley here at Chelmsford. A packed house. Floodlights on. The ground looks a picture, not a cloud in the sky. Sussex up against it. Bowled out for 145. Lost their last 5 wickets for 9 runs. John Simpson top scoring with 52. In comes Danny Lamb, bowls to Critchley, who eases that away through mid-wicket. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there's never a 2 there. As we've been saying, throughout the night, really. It's either been 1 or 4 because this outfield is like lightning tonight. 90 for 3 are Essex. They need another 56 to win. Run rate isn't a problem. Sussex need wickets. Crowd about starting to enjoy themselves, and why wouldn't they? They haven't seen too much success here this season, but Essex have been very good tonight. Lamb in, bowls to Pepper, who clips the ball onto the leg side, and you can hear the ironic cheers as every time a Sussex fielder fields the ball. All good-hearted, but the Essex public are enjoying this.
I'm afraid there's quite a lot of West Ham fans in tonight, and they do like to sort of just put the opposition under a bit of pressure.
In comes Lamb. Over the wicket, bowls and clips onto the onside by Critch. Taken one, and here we go. And it's another single. And out there is, I think that's Tom Clark actually, who's back on the field. Clark wasn't on the field earlier, I'm fairly sure.
Oh, you thought he might have been substituted?
I did, but he's on the field now, and he's getting a lot of stick from the crowd over there. The little stand away to our left-hand side. I'm sure it's all in good heart.
Yes.
92 for 3. Lamb is in, bowls and played away, and again he's going to field the ball again. Every ball who fields the ball nicely gets the throw in and sends in a good throw to John Simpson. So
you could imagine it was the opposition at old-fashioned Upton Park,
yes, okay.
And the left back is coming in for a bit of stick from the stand next to the left back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I do know exactly what you mean. In comes Danny Lamb, bowls and clipped onto the onside by Critchley to Ollie Robinson on the edge of the circle, and every run is being cheered to the rafters here by the Essex public. End of a good over actually from Danny Lamb, and over just 6 singles conceded, but to be honest that's all Essex need to do here. They're 94 for 3 with Pepper on 58, Critchley is on 3. The run rate required is 4.73 and over. Essex needing another 46 plus 6, 52 to win in 11 overs. Run rate isn't a problem. Tamal Mills brings himself back into the attack because he will know that Sussex need wickets here. At the same stage, just to give you an idea, after 9 overs, Sussex was 70 for 4.
Well, Tamal Mills would love to get Michael Pepper out. He's made 58 in 27. And Pepper's going to be watching because it's Critchley to face. Mills around the wicket. In he comes, he bowls a quick delivery, that's forced, and he's caught it, found the man at deep square leg, and Critchley, poor old Critchley's got to go. He's hit it like a tracer bullet, but the deep square leg, James Coles
yep,
hasn't moved. He just saw the low trajectory of the ball and snaffled it up on the boundary. Essex lose their 4th wicket. Critchley has gone for 3. And his season really doesn't get any better just now.
Well, where there's life, there's hope for Sussex. Tamal Mills brought himself back. He knew that Sussex needed a wicket. He got a wicket with his first ball that he bowled, and he's picked up a wicket with the first ball that he's bowled when he's come back into his spell.
Indeed.
So,
watch out for Tamal Mills' first ball of his over. There's the moral of the story.
Well, it's young Benkenstone who's come in.
Important knock for Luke Benkenstein, formerly of England under-19s, has a bit of a profile, having had a father in the game.
Mills in, bowls to Benkenstein, who clips this one through mid-wicket. They pick up 1, and they'll settle for that, 95 for 5. The wicket that Sussex want here is Michael Pepper. If they could pick up Michael Pepper here, you never know, it may get a few jitters. I mean,
cool, very much so. I would honestly say if you got Pepper out, anything could happen.
Yeah, well, you know, John Simpson's top scored in the match with 52 for Sussex. Michael Pepper's made 58 off just 27 balls, but Sussex, they could just get in with just, you know, they'd still have Essex as favourites, but in comes Mills, round the wicket, bowls. Pepper nicks it, has he nicked it behind? No, he hasn't. That was quick. That was probably the quickest ball tonight from Tamal Mills. I thought for a minute he'd nicked it through to John Simpson as well. That was a really quick delivery from Tamal Mills. If they had the speed gun here, that would have been around 90 miles an hour, I reckon. That was sharp.
I think you're absolutely right. That was a good delivery. He's given everything in that delivery, and he's actually beaten him for a bit of pace there.
Mills back to his mark at the Alistair Cook end of the ground. Used to be the river end. In and bowls. Pepper cuts this one away down to third man, and a good bit of fielding there on the third man boundary all the way down the distance. That was very good because that was going very quickly. It's a long way away. I think that's Henry Crocombe all the way down there. I've got them a bit confused tonight, but in my defence, he's a long way away down there. I ought to watch the television screen here actually, because that'll probably give better pictures.
It was a good bit of fielding.
It was.
It could have gone horribly wrong.
96 for 4. Just 2 balls left in the over. Good over from Tamel Mills. It's only cost 2 runs so far. Sussex are straining every sinew here. They know another wicket here could make it interesting. Mills is in. Bowls to Benkenstein, who plays very straight to mid-off. And there is no run. I'm sure from an Essex perspective here, I mean, you must be looking at this thinking, if we don't win this game, we've thrown it away, really. I mean, I don't want to be unkind, but I mean, in a position like this, and so perhaps the thought is now, let's see Tamel Mills off, because he's...
Quite possibly. I mean, you know, let's put ourselves in the place of Chris Silverwood. You know, he'll be probably a little nervous inside, but he'll want to show that he is a calm coach and show calmness to the troops.
Mills in again. Oh, it's a slower delivery outside of the off stump. Is that given as a wide? No, it isn't. It's let go by Benkenstein, and so well bowled to Mel Mills, and over this just conceded the 2 runs.
Yep.
He picked up a wicket as well, so exactly halfway through the Essex innings. 60 balls remaining, 50 needed to win with 6 wickets in hand. You'd have thought in most games that ought to be straightforward for Essex, but this isn't any old game. This is T20 cricket, and you never know.
Well said, Adrian Arms, BBC Radio Sussex. Don Topley here, bringing you live ball by ball action. There's still a little bit way to go in this game for me, and we're going to see, is it Danny Lamb?
Yes.
Into bowl, and there's licorice all sorts, and I mean that in a very creditable way. He hides the ball, he bowls leg cutters, off cutters, slower balls, knuckle balls, and we just saw there with the keeper standing up. The keeper standing up in most of the cricket we've seen tonight.
Yes.
Lamb in again. This time it's played into the leg side, and Pepper is happily taking a single there out to long on.
Well, there's no need to panic here for Essex, is there?
No.
I mean, the run rate required is less than 5 and over, so they can pick up the 1s and the 2s and comfortably get there. I mean, you'd have thought there's no need to 49 needed to win in 58 balls. It's a run, less than a run a ball.
Lamb turns, hides the ball. He's on his way in from the Graham Gooch end, and this is driven back by Benkenstein to the bowler on his follow through. No run. And I was just looking about the sunset to our right. It's still not quite happening. Perhaps I've peaked a bit early in about another 15-20 minutes. But we are going to see a beautiful sunset.
I guess the danger here for Essex is if there is one, and they must still be heavy favourites, is if they have a couple of overs, they only pick up a couple of runs, and then the scoring rate goes up to sort of maybe 6, 7 and over, and then they lose a wicket. So they'll want to be positive, I'm sure, John.
Lamb coming down the slope, bowls, it's short, it's pulled. It's just fallen short of long on, who fields well. And that was Luke Benkenstein picking up another single. He moves to 2. Pepper's on strike on 60. Score 98 for 4.
Yeah.
Field changes for the man in form, Pepper.
He's just surveying that leg side field.
Pepper, battle off. This is played into the offside, over the infield, well fielded. Is it James Coles?
Yes, it is. It's good field. They won't take 2 to him. That's very good.
Nice bit of athleticism there at deep cover. Stops the 2. Pepper looking to launch that, but he finds the fielder on the offside on the boundary.
Just 3 off the over so far.
Will Essex gamble, or will they soak up this pressure? Benkenstein. He plays into the leg side. They take 1 all the way up to long on, where there is a single and quite a decent over. There will be applause from the crowd because Essex have made 100 But actually, that over only cost, was it 3 or 4?
It cost 4 runs.
That's a good over from Danny Lamb. Benkenstein 3, Mills has 3 overs, 2 for 25. He's got 1 over left to be bowled somewhere, and it's going to be Nathan McAndrew.
Yes, who comes back into the attack, Nathan McAndrew, who has bowled so far, let's get his figures up. He's bowled 2 overs, Nathan McAndrew, and has taken 1 for 16. So Tamal Mills is using his experienced hands here. He's coming into bowl to young Benkenstein, who's 3 not out. He's in and bowled. Pulled out to the leg side. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. He's pulled it away for 4 runs. Well, that was short from Nathan McAndrew and just pulled away. That's a good shot by Benkenstein. I just thought for a moment, Don, there was a fielder underneath us here on the leg side, but there wasn't. Good shot.
Yeah, it was. Poor old Nathan McAndrew is actually... Essex have sort of taken him on. 2.1 overs, 1 for 20.
104 for 4. McAndrew on his way from the old river end, in and bowls. Benkenstein is going to be caught. No, he's not. Oh, it was just short of Ollie Robinson. Literally about a yard short of Robinson. Wasn't timed at all. Ollie Robinson fielding at mid-off. Is so nearly carried.
I'd love Michael Pepper to go down the wicket and actually talk to Benkenstein and just say, hang on, we're all right here. No need to do anything daft. We've had a West Ham fan get in touch.
Oh. In comes McAndrew. Bowls, played down the line. Nice looking shot by Banks. That's all he needs to do, really. Hudson Prentice is very quickly in off the long on boundary to field. 1 more to the total. Benkenstein goes to 8 and Essex to 105 for 4.
I was making reference to Upton Park.
You were making reference to Upton Park.
There was an area down at left back called the Chicken Run.
Right.
And thank you, Mr. Wagsy, for contributing and putting me right. He must have been one of those guys down giving left back stick.
McAndrew in, bowls to Pepper, who digs that out, plays a nice forceful shot through the covers. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't a second run there as Tom Clark is in there, gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, gets a round of applause from those supporters who Don thinks maybe West Ham fans over in the crowd, but they're having a pleasant evening. They're applauding over there and giving Tom Clark a bit of a friendly stick. In fact, Tom Clark is standing in front of a sign that says financial advice. I think they're giving him advice. I'm not sure it's financial.
All in good banter.
All in jest. McAndrew under the lights, in and bowls, makes room, and looking to ramp that was Benkenstein. That was a good delivery by McAndrew that followed Benkenstein, didn't it? It went all the way through into the gloves of John Simpson. And there is no run. 106 for 4, 40 needed to win in 49 balls for Essex. It sounds very straightforward, but we've watched enough cricket, Don, down the years to know that it's never done till it's done.
Absolutely.
McAndrew wheels around and comes in again. Over the wicket, bowls. Benkenstein is down the wicket. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot. Just used his feet. The mid-off was up inside the circle. Ollie Robinson, no chance of cutting that off. And that's a very good shot. And that's just the sort of shot, Don, that just relieves any pressure that just might be building on these two. Used his feet, down the wicket, hammered the ball away. Couple of boundaries in the over, and that was probably an over that Essex needed just to settle any jitters that might be in the dressing room.
Absolutely right. That was a glorious shot. It was the last ball of the over. Nathan McAndrew needed to get out of that over.
Yeah, 10 off the over.
Without any damage. And to have that 4 go to make a 10 in the over clearly was a bit of damage. Well, he's going to throw caution to the wind. There's still a few overs left, but it's Mills to bowl his final of the evening. He needs to break the back here and get Pepper out as Pepper faces the Sussex captain, Tamal Mills, who's bowling from the Graham Gooch end. And
that was quick.
Pepper goes for it. It's like the bat. Do you remember the cartoon character and back in black and white, Zorro? There was the very quick hands of Zorro. Well, Michael Pepper was like that. He's got long levers. He's a tall man. And that really was a quick set of hands there as he plays and misses as the ball goes through to Simpson.
Quick, wasn't it? His last over here. I'm not saying it's the last throw of the dice, but almost.
Mills, left arm around the wicket, which is respected by Michael Pepper, having played and missed and played into the offside, no run.
He's bowling well here, Tamel Mills. 3 overs, 2 for 25, but he'll just feel here, it's no point getting to the end of this and finding that your Robinsons, your McAndrews, your Mills haven't bowled their full allocation of overs. I think your big bowlers have got to bowl now.
You've got to get Pepper out.
Yeah.
If you don't get Pepper out, Essex win.
Yeah, there's only 36 needed to win now.
In comes Mills, left arm round, short. It's a slower ball. It's pulled. It's fielded in front of the public stand. Giving him advice. Well fielded. And there is 1 run. Right, we're on what we call in cricket Nelson.
Yes.
David Shepherd will be hopping around at square leg. 1-1-1 for 4.
But let's not forget, Don, that Sussex lost 5 for 9 at the end of their innings. So Essex could do the same. Sussex have to believe that can happen.
We haven't got confidence and we haven't got the performances behind us. Mills in. This is chipped into the leg side. They take a quick single. There is only 1, and Essex move to 1-1-2 for 4.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Harms, Don Topley, also on YouTube and wherever you're listening around the world, because people do listen around the world, Don.
They do.
And
yes.
It's great to have your company. It's just the most beautiful evening, isn't it? I mean, there's a little hint of a breeze now.
Well, Wagsy contacted us from Spain.
Probably as hot here as is in Spain, I would imagine.
Round the wicket, Mills. He scoops, and we've seen it so often. When you all go home tonight, I would expect you to remember Michael Pepper's scoops as he hustles across the stumps, and then depending whether the ball hits the bat or whether the bat hits the ball, whether the ball goes square or fine. It's a highly skilled shot for another 4. Pepper moves to 67, Essex 116 for 4.
30 to win. And Harrison Moore is going to give it a stick now. He's coming up from 3rd man inside the circle. So 4 men have to have 4 inside the circle. They're all on the offside.
Mills in. It's a full toss, but it is lower than hip high. Outside off stump. Pepper misses it, and it's the end of the over. And Tamel Mills, who finishes with
2 for 31.
2 for 31. He bowled quite well at times tonight. He did. And the captain has tried to lead his troops, and it's going to be Danny Lamb, I think, bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
I'll tell you what, as I'm just looking here, this game between Surrey and Glamorgan at the Oval. Glamorgan made 221. Surrey are 166 for 4. Dan Lawrence, 91 in 41 balls.
Wow.
In comes Lamb, bowls to Benkenstone, who clips that to backward square leg, fielded there by James Cole. So it looks like he could be leading Surrey to victory. Somerset and Surrey almost nailed on to finish 1 and 2 in the top group. It will help Sussex if Surrey win tonight.
Would it?
Because Glamorgan are going quite well. A Glamorgan win would be really bad news for Sussex.
There's a big game Sunday, at the Oval.
Is there?
Surrey, Somerset.
Right. In comes Lamb. Bowls. Cut away. Oh, it's 4 runs. Over the head of Henry Crocombe at backward point. Thrashed away by Michael Pepper. He goes to 71. And Essex to 121 for 4. That wasn't a chance. It was belted away.
A little bit short, maybe a little bit of width, and he was able to give it the kitchen sink and hit it over backward point.
And Sussex with a big game on Sunday as well. They go to Hampshire, who are in the hunt as well. It's getting very, very tight in this group. In comes Lamb, bowls, cut away again by Pepper, who goes to 72, and the applause is for Tom Clark. Well done, Tom. Fields the ball, gets in the throw, but not before Pepper goes through for another single. 122 for 4.
They always talk about the Western Terrace at Headingley,
Yes.
which can be quite evil, naughty,
And raucous.
You've got to have a thick skin to field in front of them up there, like tonight here.
In comes Lamb. Bowls and played away. That's a very good stop. Backward pointing. That's Henry Crocombe there, diving away to his right-hand side. That's a good stop because it's not easy on a hard outfield.
The Hollies at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
That's another one you've got to...
I've sat in there myself for an Ashes.
Not in one of those banana outfits.
No, I wasn't.
You sure?
Yeah, I was. Yeah,
Good,
I wasn't.
Pleased to hear that.
In comes Lambolt. Full toss and clipped down the ground by Benkenstone, who picks up a single. I think about the second, but there was no need to come back, no need to take a risk. He goes to 15 and the total to 123 for 4. I was in there actually for the Ashes when we won the Ashes in 2005, and when Freddie Flintoff bowled at the speed of light on the Saturday night and got through pretty much, got through Ponting and some of these great players. It was brilliant. Yeah, fabulous day. Lamb is in, bowls. Oh, Pepper there, just cut away from Michael Pepper and let go by...
Yes.
Well, I think he played at it. And it's the end of the over. 123 for 4, 23 needed to win, 36 balls remaining. Essex will kick themselves all the way home if they don't win from here. And the crowd know it as well, and the songs are ramping up, the beer's flowing, and the Essex public have had a pretty miserable time in the T20, are thoroughly enjoying themselves, and why wouldn't they?
Well, thank you, Adrian. You're absolutely right. It's also been a bit dismal in the Championship, but it could be an eventful night. A win could pick Essex right up in their season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this Crocombe?
It is Henry Crocombe.
He got a wicket, went for 13 though. In he comes to bowl. Bowling at Benkenstein, who drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. There's a nice sunset falling to our right now, behind the pavilion.
Oh, let's have a look.
Behind the flats, and it will just get better.
Lovely.
Just get better for the remainder of the evening.
We should sell tickets, Don.
We should, shouldn't we? Can't get any more in, as this time it's gone down the leg side. No, it hasn't. It's come off the thigh pad.
Yeah.
They're looking for a single, but Benkenstein turns down the senior batter Pepper, and rightly so. No need to take risks. 3 on the inner ring, and a short fine leg Robinson within the 30-metre circle. In comes Crocombe. Bowls short, it's pulled. It's going to fall short of the fielders. They're going to field and stop the 2. Well fielded between the 2. What was so good is deep square leg collected the ball, claimed the ball, and it was deep mid-wicket who went behind him to back up the fielding. Good fielding there from the Sussex pair.
Is Michael Pepper going to try and finish this? He's just sort of eyeing up that leg side boundary. I mean, the crowd are sort of almost expecting this, aren't they now, with what 22 needed to win.
In comes Crocombe. Slower ball, driven back past the bowler. In the air, but it wasn't a chance as it goes to mid-off. Tamil Mills does the fielding at mid-off. So we had Eddie and Henry in the commentary box just before the start of play. Mums and dads and grandparents are here. So it looks like they might see an Essex victory. Driven by Benkenstein into the leg side. He's looking for 2. They're going to take it on. No. They both wanted it, but it was excellent fielding from Sussex at deep mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah,
1 run, sorry.
Yeah, that'd have been suicidal, I think. Pepper surveys that leg side field again. Done 20 needed off 31 balls. Good partnership actually, because these two come together. It was 94 for 4, so they've added what, 32.
Pepper goes into out, and he slaps that through the offside, through extra cover. Cover dives, he couldn't get there, and simply Tamil Mills at mid-off has to go and retrieve the ball from the offside boundary where the executive boxes are here at Chelmsford. Lovely shot to finish the over off. Lamb unfortunately conceded a boundary, but he's gone for 3 overs for 17 with that last ball.
Good shot, wasn't it? And just 16 needed to win now. 5 overs remaining, 6 wickets in hand. And, well, we say you never know with cricket. And Sussex lost 5 wickets for 9, but I just can't see Essex losing from here. Danny Lamb into the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Comes in and bowls. Played uppishly through the offside. They take a single. Does Benkenstone, fielded by Clark, who gets the cheers again. 1 more to the total, 131 for 4. Well, he's doing well, Tom Clark. I mean, I'm sure.
In that situation, when you're on the boundary and they're talking to you, you've just got to be humble, take it and move on.
Lamb in bowls to Pepper, who turns onto the
Looking
onside. They are looking for 2 here. No, they're just going to take a single. Yeah.
Brilliant bit of fielding.
Yeah, he chased it all the way back to Danny Lamb. He's not giving it up. And you wouldn't expect him to.
No.
So, brings Benkenstone back onto strike. 14 needed to win. And Lamb on his way again. In and bowls, short, pulled away, 6 runs. That's gone many a mile. That's gone many a mile.
That's in the river.
Is it?
Yeah.
Big hit.
It's the River Can, not the River Chelmer.
Right.
If you ask people who are often visitors to Chelmsford, they always think it's the River Chelmer.
Right.
It's not, it's the River Can that runs behind the ground, behind the pavilion, and it heads out towards the Blackwater estuary. But from there's many a ball of mine in there, by the way.
What, that you've bowled?
Yes, yes. Certainly not batted, but there's a lot of canoeists come down past the cricket ground here at Chelmsford using the River Can. Great shot, 6 more there this time to Benkenstein. He moves to 24 in 21.
Yep. So, once it gets within sight, I'll hand the microphone over to Don here. In comes Lamb, bowls, and played onto the onside. They pick up 1, they won't think about 2. In fact, I'll give the microphone to Don now because Essex are cruising home here now. 139 for 4. They just need another 7 runs to win. So, Don, you take it away.
Thank you, Adrian. Can I just say it's great to have you, host you in Chelmsford, and I'm sure our team, whoever that is, when they come down for the 4 days in Hove, will thoroughly look forward to being on comms with you. This is pulled by Pepper. Pepper has pulled it, but it's missed the deep square leg, and that brings Essex another 4 runs, and they move to 143 for 4. But Pepper increases his total to 82 not out in 45 balls. What a match-winning innings this is for the tall Essex opening batsman that can also keep wicket. Lamb on his way in, 0 for 30 now. This is driven into the offside and Essex take a single. Pepper and the partnership there, I wonder if the public have seen, it's worth 50 runs between Benkenstein and Pepper. Pepper has 25 of those, and in equal balls or runs, Benkenstein also has 25. End of the over, 144 for 4. May we wish you a safe journey home when that time comes, Adrian. And as I say, we all look forward to seeing you at Hove in the 4-day championship. And listen, it's going to be a good game, I suspect, because Sussex have played quite nicely.
They have very well in the championship.
Currently 3rd.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they've done really
terrific. If you finish 3rd,
and unbeaten at Hove since Paul Farbrace took over in the championship.
Well, there you go. James Cole's in to bowl. He bowls, and this is a slog sweep, and it's gone for 4. And you can hear the applause. Michael Pepper has taken the winning runs. He's made 86 not out. Luke Benkenstein is with him on 22. The partnership is worth well over 50. And Essex have won tonight here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. And they've won comprehensive fixture against Sussex by 6 wickets. It's been an excellent performance here by Essex, who we're going to have to say bowled nicely, bowled disciplined. They fielded like caged tigers, and Michael Pepper's innings of 87 has gone on to win it. Thoughts, Adrian Harms?
Well, congratulations to Essex, who have clearly had a very difficult campaign, and I rather feared for Sussex once I saw the lineup for Essex. This is a very good Essex side, and Sussex have been comprehensively beaten. I think full credit to Essex. Well done to Tom Clark, who's enjoying the applause of the crowd there. He's taking it in good heart as Tom. But I thought Essex fielded brilliantly. The wicket of Daniel Hughes was crucial right at the beginning. Once he was out, Sussex never really recovered from that. And then the innings of the night coming from Michael Pepper. Sussex are not out of the competition, crazily though it sounds. They've lost 4 of their last 5. It's still in their own hands. They've got 3 games to play, but they'll need to beat Hampshire. Then they go to Gloucester and Surrey at home. But well done, Essex. Not Sussex's night. Essex, excellent.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you all. Not forgetting, as we celebrate with the Sweet Caroline songs of the evening, the players are shaking hands. Well played to Essex, but can I also say, on behalf of BBC Essex, but also Essex County Cricket Club, thank you for coming and supporting Essex tonight. It's been a wonderful evening's entertainment, and may we all wish you a very enjoyable weekend.
Well, we're down on the outfield for the presentation this evening. There was only one man for it, wasn't there? After 87 off just 47 balls, our Woodland Group player of the match, Essex number 19, Michael Pepper. Peps, that's more like it. We'll come to your personal performance in a minute if we may, but collectively, what a team performance that was tonight.
Yeah, it actually was. From the first ball, we were on it in the field. The bowlers hit the lengths. Almost from the first ball, we were in full control there. And
at the break, 145. What was the mentality in the changing room there? Happy with that? Yeah, very happy. Often thought we're also batting strong, so we're happy to chase whatever. But then the bowlers restricting them to 145 was an unbelievable effort with people helping out in the field, bowlers bowling incredibly well. So no, we're very happy. And for you personally, 87 off 47, you look like you were having fun out there. Yeah, having a lot of fun. It's always nice to score runs. Shame none of us have really got going in the blast competition so far. Well, also the bats have struggled a little bit, but no, it's good to finally get some runs and help the team. And next up, we're back obviously on Thursday for the Hampshire game. Couple of days off. What will that look like for you guys as a squad? Well, there'll be thankfully a few days off now with the schedule being so busy. But then probably back training Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we go for the doubleheader again. So, Michael, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for our Woodland Group player of the match, Michael Pepper. I'd like to welcome our guests over from the Woodland Group to make the presentation. We've also got our Woodland Group young fan of the match, Toby White. Toby, congratulations to you. Michael is on his way to you to sign your shirt. Congratulations. And that concludes things tonight. Thank you so much for your support. Chelmsford was rocking as ever on a Friday night. A reminder, we are back in action on Thursday. Tickets are still available for our final home game. That starts at 7 o'clock against Hampshire Hawks. You can still get your tickets by visiting essexcricket.org.uk. Other than that, thank you for your support. Have a safe journey home, and we will see you again very soon.